What's that? And as good as ever. Some of the dark years of my extreme youth, about 40 years back. Um, but she texts me at some odd times. My opportunities to communicate. Um, Pretty seriously, because she is a very important part of my history, and she has a little bit of knowledge that can help me kind of put some of them their puzzle pieces together. uh, so I took 10-15 minutes, give or take, and talked to her a little bit because I needed to. So that did delay me a little bit. I apologize to folks. I know that I do try to get on as close to 4 Central, 5 Eastern as I can manage to do. Sometimes, shit just kind of pops up that has to take priority. And this kind of one of those cases where something popped up that was a little bit more important, or actually considerably more important, than me getting on stream on time. More important to me. But I feel that I owe my viewers a little bit of an explanation, and that's just basically what it is. But yeah, there's that. Thank you. And I want to say to all of you who have either been a part of the foster care system the way I was for decades, for a decade almost, all, well, no, for decades, for almost 20 years, or have friends or family or acquaintances who got stuck in the system, much like I was, for longer than I care to admit to. I empathize with you. I understand from personal experience just how busted that system's been for decades, long before I got stuck into it. And I understand how hard it is, and that at least 50% of the kids that get stuck in that system and end up getting placed in a home either for foster care or adoption, that y'all kind of get fucked over, like bad, like real bad. I also understand exactly how fucking lucky in the end I was. Getting placed with eventually not only at least one really, really good, solid foster family, but eventually getting placed with about as good an adoptive family as you're gonna get. I know I'm lucky. Luckier than I ever deserved the right to be. I know it. Took me a long time to understand it. Just like it took me a long time to understand just how unlucky, so many of you in that system are. Um, and I'm sorry about that. I wish there was something I could do on a personal level. I really do. But the most I can do is what I'm doing here. And that's publicly advocate for the foster system being changed and overhauled the way it's been needing to be for 40 plus years. Because I want to tell you, if the system and the state had worked the way they should have worked and done what they should have done, if the pertinent information had been passed on the way it should have. The situation we're in now wouldn't be there, and I wouldn't have ended up where I'm at and where I've been through my life. I could have gotten the help I needed years earlier than I did. And I wouldn't have had to gone through a lot of the experiences that I went through, just like so many kids that end up in the system end up going through. And I understand that I cannot and will not blame the foster system for 100% of that. There are specific restraints, governmentally speaking, that they have to work under. And I'm aware of that. Also am aware that they're one of the first programs that when it comes to government cutting from the budget, they get hit pretty hard annually. And that's not their fault. They do the work that they're assigned to do. They just don't necessarily do it well. I understand that, that ain't their fault entirely. I get that. But they really could do considerably better with the resources that they have on hand. That they have.
My gun doesn't work. It's issuing blanks. Yes, it does.
Available to them.
Doesn't work. It's issuing blanks. Yes, it does. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. Watch. Come here. Watch it. Come here.
Like, I know it's not 100% their fault.
Watch. See. Oh, look. See.
But they do have to take some of that blame.
This might work. I think so. My gun doesn't work. It's issuing.
We were at a White House ceremony. At check-in, my dad
So,
gave his VIP invitation.
a little
You weren't.
advice for folks having that are either in the foster care system or that have to deal with the foster care system. For those of you that get stuck in it, keep your chin up. All right. If you need to talk, maybe you need some advice from someone who's been there and done that. I'm here for you. All right. More than happy to spend some time one-on-one and talk with you and try to help you figure shit out. Happy to do it. All right. For those of you who have, friends, relatives in the system, again, I'm here to offer advice. I'm here to talk. But the one thing I want to say to the folks who have like relatives or close friends in the system that may not necessarily know how to try to help those folks, the first thing I have to recommend is to do like my adoptive mom did. When you find out that one of your friends, your relatives goes in, Stay involved. Do not let the system convince you to turn away and let them do what they're going to do. All right? Don't let that happen. Be involved as much as you can legally be in every single step of the fucking process. If it's a friend of yours that's getting stuck in the system, make sure you convince their parents and their relatives to be involved as much as they're legally allowed to be, so that the youth doesn't get fucked by the system. You have to be involved. You have to be in the loop at all times. And the system will not keep you folks in the loop. They don't feel like that's part of their job, even though it is. So you need to go in there. You need to ask questions. You need to advocate for your relatives and or your friends that get stuck in the system. You have to. Because the system isn't going to advocate for them. And that's not good. That's an awful thing. And I don't like saying it, but it's a part of how broken the system is. Advocate for your friends that are in the system. Advocate for your relatives that are in the system. And make sure that all of your friends, mutual friends, do so. Make sure their relatives do so. If it's a relative of yours, make sure that any of your relatives' friends step into the gap and advocate for your relative. Make sure your family's asking questions and being involved and advocating for them. Because if you don't, it won't end very well as often as not for that person. They need to know you're there. They need to know you care. They need to know you're involved. Trust me, it means more to that person, whether they realize it at the time or not, than they will ever be able to admit to. More than they'll ever know. I know from personal experience. Because my mom did it for me. She fought for me. Otherwise, I could have gone in some places that I didn't deserve to be in. That would have been really, really terrible. But my mom fought for me. She advocated for me, and she did all she knew how to do. And that turned out to be the most important part of me being stuck in the system the way I was. So be there and advocate. Ask questions. Make sure you know what's going on at all times. For any friend or relative that you have that gets stuck in the system. Trust me. It's more important than you'll ever know it is for you and for them. Now, all that said, a little bit of a emotional kind of PSA for the day. I need to get up, go run, use the restroom right quick and in a hurry and grab me some coffee. I will be back shortly and we will get back to training what is essentially my off team in the game right now so that I can advance the storyline and have a chance at making sure that I'm good to do so. So y'all hang tight. I'll be right back.
Favorite. Either way, the work must continue. During my second year of college, Michael suffered a serious shoulder injury. His baseball dreams began slipping away. For the first time, I saw something unexpected in my father. Fear, not fear for me. Fear
And
for
hello,
the future he had imagined for his son. was
Elevated Vibes. I did see you come in.
Dad became restless, frustrated, angry. He had spent years investing emotionally in a single vision. Now that vision was gone. One afternoon, while organizing old family photographs, I found a picture of her sitting on our front porch. She was smiling, holding a cup of coffee, looking directly into the camera. For reasons I still can't fully explain, I sat down and stared at that photograph for nearly an hour. I imagined what she would say if she could see me working, studying, pushing forward, still trying, still refusing to quit. I think she'd be proud, not because of the achievement, but because I kept going. That thought carried me through some difficult years. By the time I graduated college, I had developed a quiet confidence. after another, one plan after another, each one promising success, most of them ending in disappointment. Dad continued helping him financially, emotionally, practically. I sometimes wondered what my life would have looked like if I'd received even half that support. Then I would stop myself. Comparison is a dangerous habit. It steals gratitude, and by then, I had plenty to be grateful for. My career continued advancing. I served under leaders who taught me invaluable lessons. Some were demanding, some were inspiring, a few were both. The best leaders shared one quality. They noticed people, not titles, not backgrounds, people. I tried to learn from them. Years passed. Assignments came and went. I moved across the country several times, made lifelong friends, lost a few along the way, experienced triumphs and setbacks like everyone else. But each challenge strengthened something inside me. Confidence, not loud confidence, quiet confidence, the kind built through experience, the kind nobody can fake. One deployment changed everything. Without discussing details, our team became involved in a humanitarian response effort after a devastating natural disaster. Thousands of families needed help. Entire communities had been destroyed. For weeks, we worked around the clock, not because anyone ordered us to, because people needed us. I watched service members carry elderly citizens to safety, deliver supplies, comfort frightened children, solve impossible problems. It reminded me why I loved serving. At its best, leadership isn't about authority, it's about responsibility. Years later, that mission would unexpectedly become part of the nomination package submitted on my behalf. At the time, I had no idea. I was simply doing my job. The years continued passing. Promotion followed promotion. Assignment followed assignment. Somewhere along the way, I stopped trying to prove my father wrong. That surprised me. For years, I thought success would feel like revenge. It didn't. Success felt like freedom. The freedom to stop carrying old wounds. The freedom to
Get some
become
Pokeballs out there.
one evening, after a particularly long day, I returned home and found a large envelope waiting in my mailbox. The return address said Washington, D.C. I assumed it was routine military correspondence. Probably paperwork, maybe an administrative issue. I almost tossed it onto the kitchen counter unopened. Instead, I made a cup of coffee and sat down. Then I opened the envelope. Inside was an official invitation. At first, I thought there must be some mistake. I read it once, then twice, then a third time. My heart started racing. The letter informed me that I had been selected for a prestigious national recognition, honoring exceptional military leadership and public service. The ceremony would take place in Washington at the White House. For several minutes, I simply stared at the page. Then my eyes drifted toward the framed photograph of my mother sitting on that porch years earlier. I smiled, and for the first time in a very long time, I whispered words I wished she could hear. Mom, they finally noticed. For a long time, I simply sat there staring at the invitation. The coffee on my kitchen table had gone cold. Outside, the sun was beginning to set, but I barely noticed. My eyes kept returning to the same words. The White House. I had accomplished more than a 17-year-old version of me could have imagined. But the White House belonged to history books, news broadcasts, presidential speeches. It didn't feel like a place someone like me was supposed to end up. Not a girl from a tiny Virginia town. Not a daughter who had spent half her life trying to be noticed. I eventually laughed at myself. Then I read the letter again, this time more carefully. The recognition wasn't for one assignment or one achievement. It reflected years of leadership service and community giving back. Somewhere along the way, people had been paying attention, even when I wasn't. That realization touched me more than the invitation itself. The next day, I called the number listed in the letter. The woman who answered was professional and friendly. After verifying several details, she confirmed everything. No mistake, no misunderstanding. I was expected in Washington. The ceremony was real. After hanging up, I sat quietly for a while. Then I picked up my phone and called Dad. Part of me considered not telling him, not out of spite, simply because we weren't particularly close. Something inside me said I should. Answer. Hello, Dad. I received an invitation from Washington. Yes, attitude. Whatever happened next, I had already won. Not because of an award, because I had become about his daughter was about to change forever. The White House grounds were even more impressive. The ceremony felt like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We joined the line of guests, moving toward the check-in area. Military officers, government officials, family members, decorated veterans. The atmosphere carried a mixture of dignity and anticipation. Dad seemed to enjoy every second of it. As we approached the registration desk, he pulled out his VIP invitation, the gold lettering spelling test. The girl waiting for approval that never came. The girl who always seemed to come second, but only for a moment, because I wasn't that girl anymore. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I simply handed my invitation to the Several military leaders greeted me by name. Not that a lifetime of missing information into a few short minutes. Eventually, we entered the main hall. The room was beautiful. Flags, military banners, rows of carefully arranged seating. Everything carried the weight of history. And they belonged to the girl who bought her own school supplies. The girl whose applause, harder than the honor itself, because he was right. And suddenly, I wished more than any. Others simply stood together, enjoying the moment. I spent nearly an hour shaking hands and speaking with people I respected. Military leaders, public servants, veterans. Raised an extraordinary daughter. My father lowered his eyes. For a moment, he looked almost embarrassed. After the admiral left, sounded smaller than
Pokeball's out.
Slightly, and while I was doing that, I completely missed who you already were. The words hit harder than I expected, not because they were dramatic, because they were honest. For a moment, neither of us spoke. A nearby flag blew gently in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear faint traffic, life continuing, as it always does. Dad stared ahead. I remembered your spelling test. I blinked. Of all things, I hadn't expected that. The 1 in 3rd.
Hey, Mystic, welcome in.
You remember that? He swallowed. I remember your face. For years, I thought he hadn't noticed. Apparently, he had. That realization surprised me. I knew I disappointed you. He looked down. I just never admitted it. I didn't know what to say, because the truth was complicated. Parents can hurt their children deeply, sometimes intentionally, sometimes without realizing it. The damage feels the same either way. But age teaches something important. Most people aren't villains. They're flawed human beings carrying outdated beliefs, fears, and mistakes. My father wasn't evil. He was wrong. And sometimes wrong can hurt just as much. We continued walking. Eventually, we reached a quiet garden
I can
area.
see if
Dad stopped again.
what I did is gonna help, because this is getting fucking ridiculous.
She did. I should have listened to her. For years, Mom had cherished their gentle conversation without anything. She could see needs
The hell is that thing?
Yeah, I like that. Saturday arrived bright and clear. The cemetery sat on a gentle hill outside town, peaceful and serene. The kind of place where time seems to slow down. Dad and I walked together carrying a small bouquet of white flowers, the same kind Mom used to plant beside the front porch every spring. As we approached the grave, a familiar ache settled in my chest.
That's the second time I've had this sort of an encounter.
Some losses
I still don't know what the hell is going on.
We stood silently for several moments. The wind moved softly through the trees. Birds sang somewhere nearby. The world continued exactly as it always had. Dad reached into his jacket pocket. Then he removed something carefully folded. I immediately recognized it. The official White House ceremony program. The one he had carried home. Without saying a word, he placed it gently beside the flowers. Then he looked down at the headstone. His voice trembled slightly. You were right. The words hung in the air. Simple, honest, Dad swallowed hard. I should have listened for a moment. Not because of the White House. Every child deserves to be seen. Dad stood up for the time. Mom repeated her answer. I wasted a lot of years. I nodded. Maybe. He gave a sad smile. I did. Dad would surprise me, but I'm grateful for you. That simple sentence meant more than any apology, because it wasn't focused on the past. It was focused on the future. That's where healing begins. Not in regret, in choice. The choice to do better. The choice to love better. The choice to see people for who they are instead of
Alright,
who we
so
expect
she
them
has
to be.
learned everything I can.
Our relationship continued improving, not perfectly. No family is perfect. We still disagreed sometimes. We still had difficult conversations, but there was honesty now, respect, effort, the things that
I could teach her
One evening after a family dinner, Dad pulled me aside. The grandchildren were playing in the backyard. Michael was helping clean up dishes. For once,
with the
nobody
gear.
was competing for attention. Nobody was being compared. Everyone was simply enjoying each other's company. Dad looked around and smiled. You know something? What? I used to think success looked like trophies.
that I
I
can
laughed. Yeah,
give her
it
right
does.
now.
He laughed too. Then his expression softened. I was wrong. He looked directly at me. Success looks like this. Family, connection, peace. It was one of the few times in my life I saw complete contentment in his face. And for the first time, I understood something. The White House recognition Years ago, I thought success would finally make my father see me. What I learned instead was that success doesn't change who you are. It reveals who you've become. And because of my mother's love, I became someone stronger than my pain. Someone bigger than all disappointments. Someone capable of building bridges where walls once stood. If you're listening to this story today, perhaps you know what it feels like to be overlooked. Perhaps you've carried old wounds.
My uncle told me that everyone is family Victor tapped the folder against his palm and looked around Grandma's living room like
So, it looks like what I suspected was the cause of the stream dropping like that. Like 6 times in that first hour or so. And it looks like the reason was exactly what I thought.
when he had pressed the gavel found out what Jake had upset himself. stupid red lollipop. Then we heard wheels in the hallway. Grandma Rose walked in with the back bed of Janine, her nurse, behind her. Grandma's right side was still her hair was pushed back. She never saw Grandma in her eyes. Victor smiled. You should be resting. Grandma looked at one finger, but her whole life. Her nose came out thin, but a curve and a personality. When the men came over and she traveled, Victor's face changed so fast I almost missed it. On set, the man ran every family dinner, every music hall, every prayer circle, every holiday annual. Scared, this is exactly right. She's confused. She doesn't know what she's saying. Grandma's fingers stayed up. Janine pulled Grandma farther into the living room. Her shoes squeaked on my floor. She looked at me once, just a quick look, and then at the closed laptop on the side table. Victor stepped in front of it. No, he said, we are not letting a sick woman get manipulated by a thief and a nurse who's been here 5 minutes. Janine didn't move. I didn't either. That was how I had learned to survive in this family. We did not give Victor your explosion. He knew how to use those. He could take one raised voice and turn the whole room against you. So I sat there with my daughter against my side and tasted blood because I had bitten it inside my cheek. Victor opened it. 48 months, he said. God for mother's savings. After I learned to murder the baby last night, I took her calls. I said, he ignored me. Torture exhibit, even though it was just a weird-to-the-count page with a yellow square. Frank has been desperate, he said, but still a little woman in the family. That is the end of it. Ava started crying without sound. Grandma had me home from the wheelchair. Once,
Also, my birthday's in about 3 weeks,
don't upset her.
3.5.
She was looking at me when she said it. Victor pointed at the front door. Get out, O'Brien said. Before I call somebody who carries handcuffs. I stood up slowly. Ava clutched my sleeve. The lollipop fell out of her hand and landed on Grandma's rug, still wrapped, bright red against the beige flowers. I looked at Grandma. Her eyes were wet, curious. Her mouth worked. Only a broken breath came out. She bent down and ate the lollipop. And she slowly put Grandma's voice. That was the first thing I noticed. I did not understand. After walking me, my daughter, and the door, to a blue trailer shed. Close enough that I smelled coffee on the table. You come near our accounts again, he said, and I'll make sure Eva watches them.
Both the balls out.
He said, come on, Ava. I asked, and said I still hear the house. Not working. A drowned sound. Victor shut the door between us. In the car, Ava finally opened the red lollipop and didn't eat it. She held it in her lap while tears ran down her cheeks. You will still see Grandma, she asked. I grimaced. I don't know, I said. That was the truth, and I hated it. Because Victor was not just an uncle. He was the oldest son, the golden son, the man who sat at Grandma's right hand every Christmas, even when she got away. The one who got the biggest bite, the first slice, the thank you for things he did not do. When I was little and my mother died, Grandma took me in. Victor acted like I was a bill someone left on the counter. If Grandma bought me school shoes, he would say, must be nice to have a charity case in the family. If I got sick, he would ask if I was doing it for attention. When Grandma slipped me $20 for groceries after Ava was born, Victor told everyone I was bleeding her dry. But when he borrowed money, it was a family-helping family. When he used Grandma's car for 6 months, taking care of errands. Grandma signed checks because his business had been nobody called that family. They called it insurance. He built his whole life on being he was the church finance chair. He used to deliver the Thanksgiving baskets. He posted Bible verses over pictures of Grandma's hands. His unusual was carrying the burden without elder care. His weakness was that he needed witnesses. Victor could not see people to see. That was why he called everyone to Grandma's house that day. Not to ask questions, not to find money, to pray in front of my own child. For the next week, I did what I had always done. I went to work. I packed Ava's lunch. I answered her questions as gently as I could. I did not post online. I did not text the family group. Even when Victor sent a message saying, until Nora cooperates, the mother needs protection from outside influence. Outside influence? That was me, the girl Grandma raised. Every night, Ava asked if Grandma would have us. Every night, I said, no, baby. And every night, I wondered if I was lying, because Victor blocked my number from Grandma's phone by Wednesday. I found out when I called after Ava's home and the call failed 3 times. Then I Sometimes accountability has to be public, so the next generation will learn stealing has consequences. My daughter flinched. Grandma's left hand curled into a fist. I stayed still. Victor turned to me. Do you deny taking $48,000? Yes, I said. A ripple went through the room. We smiled. Do you deny taking Mother to First County Bank? Yes. I took her to the pharmacy. You took her to the bank. He laughed. There it is. Blame shifted. Then he made his first attempt to take the ring back before he utilized it. He reached into the folder, pulled out a prepared statement. I have here a document for Grandma to sign, acknowledging she will stay away from Mother's finances and repay any missing funds while we allow law enforcement to determine charges. He slid it down the table toward me. It was 2 pages. My name typed in bold. Restitution. No contact. Admission of involvement. Ava saw the word jail printed near the bottom and grabbed my arm. I didn't touch the paper. Victor's smile got wider. Refusing to sign tells us everything. Grandma lifted one finger. Janine stepped forward. Mrs. Rose requested the bank video be played now, she said. Victor snapped. You don't speak for this family. Grandma hit the table with her palm. The sound cracked through the hall. Victor froze. Janine took a small disc in a clear sleeve from her bag and handed it to the deacon near the laptop card. He looked nervous when he took it. Victor stood. No, he said. This is inappropriate. That video is private banking material. Grandma whispered. Play it. The deacon looked at Victor. Then he looked at Grandma. And for once, somebody chose the person in the wheelchair instead of the man in the suit. He pressed play. The video had no sound. That made it worse. On the projector screen, the bank lobby appeared from a high corner angle. 10:18 a.m. Victor walked in pushing Grandma's wheelchair. She was wearing the same gold watch. He marked Grandma at the teller window and leaned over her shoulder. The teller held up a paper. Grandma shook her head. Victor bent close to Grandma's ear. Grandma shook her head again. Victor took her left hand, the good one, and pressed a pen into it. Ava made a tiny noise beside me. On the screen, Grandma's hand jerked away. Victor looked around. Then he put his body between Grandma and the lobby, took the pen, signed. The room went dead silent. The clip jumped to the check image. $48,000 payable to Hale Property Services. Victor's company stamp on the back. Nobody moved. Victor's face turned red under the church hall lights. That is not what it looks like, he said. That was his second attempt. He walked toward the laptop like he could block light with his body. Mother needed home repairs. I was moving funds to protect her assets. Nora is twisting this because she got caught before she could finish. Janine said calmly, the bank incident note says Mrs. Rose indicated distress and did not consent to the transfer. Victor's mother, you were a higher reps, he said. Your wife, she simply placed it on the table. His mouth tightened. Then he passed it to the center of the one, and to the aunt who had said it was sad. The paper moved like fire. Victor saw it happening and made his third attempt. He grabbed the statement he had wanted me to sign and slapped it on the table. Fine, he barked. If we're doing documents, Mother isn't competent to make any changes. She had a stroke. She doesn't understand. I am her son. I am the one who has been handling everything. Grandma turned her head slowly toward him. Not now, she whispered. Victor leaned in. What? Grandma's voice was weak, but everyone was listening now. Not ever. He recoiled like she had slapped him. The deacon stood up from the laptop car. Victor, he said carefully, did you sign Mrs. Rose's name? Victor pointed at her. She did. She turned around and looked at me. This is what happens if you break through. They isolate me. I was mad. Not because it was funny. Because he was doing exact fighting against me while his signature sat here on the table. Ava pulled her hand out of mine. She walked 3 steps to Grandma's wheelchair and stood beside it. Victor looked down at her. Ava, how later? He said, softening his voice for the audience. You don't understand grown-up things. Ava stepped behind Grandma's chair. No, she said. Just one word. Not a speech. Not brave like in movies. Her voice shook, but it landed. Victor's face cracked. Don't teach her disrespect. He snapped at me. Grandma reached back and found Ava's hand. The red lollipop was in Ava's other hand, still wrapped. Victor saw it. For some reason, that little piece of candy The deacon closed the laptop. One of my cousins started crying. Victor's wife whispered
get some Pokeballs out.
leaving 4 pale Bushman holes. One Tuesday, Grandma's locks were changed. I know because I was there when the locksmith twisted the new deadbolt into place. Grandma sat in her wheelchair in the living room, where Victor had called me a thief. Ava sat on the rug, coloring flowers onto the drawing she had never gotten to give her. Victor pulled into the driveway at 4:30. He still had the old key. He watched the front window as he tried it. Once, the door. He did not turn. He banged on the door. Mother, Grandma closed her eyes. I stood up, but she didn't. Right at the side, she said, Grandma. I did not open it. I spoke in the wood. Victor laughed on the porch. Open the door. No, I'm her son. You're not a woman. Silence. Then he lowered his voice. Maybe because he was back in Grandma. Her face was pale, frightened, but not trembling. Ava had stopped coloring. She was watching the door like a white bird. Victor knocked again, softer. Ava had called. Tell your mom to stop acting crazy. Ava did not answer. Waited. She pressed the red lollipop, still unopened, into Grandma's blanket pocket. Then she said, barely above a whisper, I don't want him to come in. Grandma heard it. So did I. That was the real sentence. Not from a judge, not from a bank manager. From a child who thought he could scare into obedience. I turned back to the door. You need to leave. Victor's voice was short. She'll change her mind. She always does. The grandma who begged everyone to leave. It's for my use. The grandma who covered Victor's cruelty under pressure. The grandma who taught me to be quiet because family was all we had. But that grandma had lost her great-grandfather after she was bad. That did something no missing money had done. From behind me, the grandma whispered, no. Victor stood on the porch over another phone. And his police stopped down the steps. His truck door slammed. He knew that like a teenager, but nobody chased him. 2 weeks later, his wife came by with a casserole. I passed the branch. She cried and said Victor was not himself, that the family was broken. I told her the family had been broken for years. She stopped handing her baby's case. She asked if Grandma would please call. Grandma was sitting inside by the window. She heard me. She turned her wheelchair away. That was her answer. And the months after, I learned how loud silence can be when you stop begging people to love you correctly. The family group chat died because Victor was no longer feeding it worse. Christmas moved to my apartment. Not everyone came. That was fine. The ones who did brought food without asking what Grandma was really giving me. Grandma's savings were not magically restored overnight. There were forms and meetings and ugly phone calls. Some money came back because the bank had delayed part of the transfer. Some did not. Victor had already spent it on business debt and true payment. But the money was not the deepest kind. Access was. He lost the easy walk into Grandma's house. He lost
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, grab coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
her hospital bed. His video recorded. He lost the church microphone. He lost the room. And once Victor lost the room, he did not know who he was.
Did she really want hers tied to people who summered on a public river? And for 6 weeks straight, Marguerite had been telling anyone who would hold still that the wedding would of course be at Valoran. But Valoran, you simply could not get in there.
All right, sorry about that.
She had. So when she stood in front of me and decided I was hired help, it wasn't a misunderstanding. It was the program. I was just the newest thing to push on when Eli reached me before I could open my mouth. He came across the floor quick and quiet, slid his hand around mine, and squeezed hard. The stupid dentist parking lot was neat. He put his back half to the room, so only I could see his face, and his face was steady, but his eyes were vacant. Dad, he said, trust me, just tonight. I'm asking you, just get through tonight. I looked at him. He's 29, he's got his mother's jaw, and the same stubborn cowlick I've got. He was holding my hand in the room. Just laughed at me, asking me to eat it. There's a thing people misread about me. They think the quiet is weakness. It isn't. The quiet is me deciding the timing. I've fired men who insulted me, and I've shaken hands with men who insulted me. And the difference was never the insult. The difference was when it served me to move. Okay, I told him. Tonight, his shoulders dropped an inch. You owe me an explanation, I said. After, he said, I promise. Just sit by me, please. So I followed my son into a room that was still smiling at me. And I sat down at table one between him and an empty chair in my boots, hands folded on the white cloth. And I started counting the minutes the way I'd counted the relatives.
Steiner is finally starting to do the damage he needs to do. Pokeball's out.
She was performing for a version of it that had already started His father, Sloane's grandfather, 80 if he was a day, in a charcoal suit that fit him 40 years ago and still did, with hands like a man who built something with them before the money came, he'd watch me in front doorway, insult onward without changing his expression. And I'd felt him watching me the way I'd been watching the staff. Measuring, young man, Conrad said to Hollis, and his voice cut clean through the table noise without him raising it. You quoted 11,000 for a bathroom, and you're proud you talked him down. He undercharged you. Be quiet. Hollis went pink. Coralie's laugh died in her throat. Marguerite's smile tightened. Daddy, she said, we're having fun. You're having fun, Conrad said. He set his napkin down with the care of a man who didn't do anything by accident anymore. I've been sitting here 2 hours watching you have fun. He turned his head and looked at me, full on, and there was nothing soft in it. You came off a job site tonight. The Halford parcel, I said. We broke ground Tuesday. Something moved behind his eyes. Halford. Bob said it wrong. The old quarry, that's the one that sat dead for 30 years. 3 fires, I think. You leaned back. Who finally cracked it? We did, I said. He said it slowly, turning the word over, and I watched the arithmetic happen behind his eyes. The parcel nobody could raid, the name on the only group that had ever closed on it, the man in work boots sitting at his own table being called a handyman by his own daughter. He'd spent 50 years reading documents, and the documents were starting to read back. Daddy, you're boring everyone, Marguerite said. Nobody wants war talk. Bring coffee now, and a dessert wine. Bring one, not whatever you want. Conrad ignored her. That moment they knew was the moment the team understood something. Small family, nobody you obeyed her or you fought her, and the only way I was doing a good thing, not only had a pain for. I didn't answer that. I didn't have to. He was already reaching down beside his chair to a slim oxblood folio identical to the one his daughter had been carrying all night. The family kept their papers the old way, in leather, in hand. None of this everything on a phone. And he laid it on the white cloth and opened it with 2 fingers. Marguerite's voice climbed. Daddy, what are you doing? This is a dinner. I handled the contract for tonight, Conrad said. To the table now, to all of it. That clean old voice carried the way it had carried voices once. And for the wedding, I always handle the menu myself. I've done it since before any of you were born, and I'm not about to let a girl with a clipboard do it for me. He didn't believe his daughter when he said, a girl
Oh, Cabal's out.
Hugged me before she went. A real one, both arms. I'm sorry about my mother. She said into my shoulder. You don't apologize for her, I said. That's the deal. You're mine now. You will be my brother. And people who are not that way. She nodded against my jacket. Something she'd probably been holding her whole life. When the room was nearly empty, I walked the floor of the conservatory once, the way I walk every property 1-0, checking things I check. The chandelier Marguerite loved was original to 1908, and I'd had it rewired myself, up on the lift, because I don't ask a man to do a thing I won't do. The chargers on table 6 were, in fact, upside down. I turned them right side up. Old habit. Conrad found me by the windows, the river flag and glass. You handled that well, he said. You set it up well, I said. You held that deed 6 weeks, waiting for her to step on the brake. I held it 6 weeks, hoping she wouldn't, he said. She wanted to dies. He looked out of the water for a while. Process. 2 trucks and a loan from a man who shouldn't have given me one. Took me 30 years to get to where my grandchildren would never know what my hands looked like at 40. And somewhere in all that getting, my daughter stopped being able to tell the difference between a person who'd earned a room and a person who'd been handed one. He shook his head. Once. I gave her too much and asked her for nothing. That's mine to carry, not yours. He turned to me, but I won't watch her do it to people who can't sit at a table and absorb it the way you did tonight. So, thank you for that, and I'm sorry it was necessary. He put out his hand. Conrad, Royce, I said, and we shook hands. I drove home in the truck, with the scuffed boot still on the pedal. 6 weeks later, Eli played slow in the conservatory, on my floor, under the chandelier I'd rewired, and the flowers were the ones the kids picked, and the seed child was the one I wanted, and the wine was on the slate, Marguerite. She wore something white. She said where she was wearing. She didn't say my staff wasn't. Thank you. And when she passed me in the receiving line, she looked at my shoes. I wore the good ones that day for my son, and then she looked at my face, and she didn't say anything at all, and neither did I. There was nothing left to say. The deed was recorded. The floor was mine. The boy was happy. That was the whole of it.
The trouble with you, my brother, is that you've always been too good.
Well, that may be. But I still think I look more like Ma than you do. You know, touch of character. I'm aging better.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You'll always fit me an audience, you sap. Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic in a long time. I want to show you what your mother showed me when you weren't around. Use on special occasions like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.
Sometimes the patience don't realize he is tougher than any man I've ever met in this business. Every birthday, Dad gave my brother $5,000 cash and handed me a card with $20 inside. It's what you deserve. He told 31 relatives at dinner. I nodded and kept eating. 4 years later, his accountant called me at 1:02 p.m. because the business he owned belonged to him. The card had a cartoon dog on the front. One of those generic ones from the rack at a gas station.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bot.
Like he was giving a toast at a fundraiser. It's what you deserve.
every birthday while the company went out through a hole Kellen had drilled in the bottom of it. Bryn, are you there? I'm here. I understand this is a difficult situation. If you prefer, I can continue trying to reach your father. No, I said, don't. I stood up. I walked to my home office. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. Margot, I need you to send me everything. Every flag transaction. Every statement from the operating account for the last 18 months. Every wire information. And I need the contact information for the law department and Meridian Federal. I can do that. But Bryn, I want to be transparent with you. I only discovered this because Meridian flagged it. Our internal bookkeeping is, it's not what it should be. There are gaps. Large ones. I was hired 6 months ago to replace the previous accountant. And when I started reconciling, nothing matched. The receivables are inflated. The payables are understated. There's at least 300,000 in unaccounted expenses categorized as consulting fees that I can't trace to any consultant. Consulting fees. Yes, paid to an entity called Vantage Point Advisory. I can't find any record of Vantage Point Advisory existing as a registered business in any state. I typed the name into the Connecticut Secretary of State's business registry. Nothing. I tried Delaware. Nothing. Wyoming. Nothing. It didn't exist. It had never existed. It was a ghost. A line item on a ledger that existed for no purpose other than to move money from one place to another without anyone asking where it went. Margot, how much has been paid to Vantage Point Advisory? Over the last 3 years, just under 400,000. So the total was closer to 1.2 million. 812,000 through the Cayman transfers, 400,000 through the fake consulting firm. And that was just what Margot had found in 6 months of looking. The real number was probably higher. Send me everything, I said again. And don't call Garrison. Don't call Kellen. Don't tell anyone we spoke. Bryn, I have a professional obligation to. You have a professional obligation to report suspected fraud to an authorized signatory on the account. You just did. I'm telling you I'm handling it. Document this call. Note the time, the date, and my response. That's your CEO. Everything else goes through you. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I'll have the files to you within the hour. The files arrived at 11:47 p.m. Wire transfer confirmations, bank statements, a spreadsheet of every Vantage Point payment, and a separate timeline Margot had compiled on her own. Discrepancies cross-referenced with Kellen's expense reports, showing a pattern so clean any first-year auditor could have spotted it in an afternoon. Nobody had been looking. The previous accountant, Dwight Reddick, had worked for Garrison for 22 years and retired right around the time the Cayman transfer started. Margot was the replacement, hired off a job board, given disorganized files and a QuickBooks login. She kept things running. She'd also kept her eyes open. I spent the next 4 hours building a complete picture. It wasn't complicated. Kellen had been embezzling for at least 3 years using 2 methods: direct wire transfers to his offshore account and payments to a fictitious consulting company that routed back to him through intermediary accounts. Documented losses were approximately $1.2 million. The actual figure, including the untraceable consulting fees and inflated receivables, was probably north of $1.5 million. The business had maybe 8 months of runway left. At 3:30 a.m., I called Reeve Axelrod. Reeve was a partner at Thornbury. Axelrod and Brain and Humphrey, a law firm that specialized in corporate fraud and fiduciary litigation. I reviewed 3 separate cases in Overton Laws. He answered on the second ring because Reeve was the kind of lawyer who slept with his phone on his chest. Bring proof. It's 3:30 in the morning. I know. I need you. Is this a client matter or a personal matter? Both. I laid it out for him in 12 minutes. The account, the signatory authority, the Cayman transfers, Vantage Point Advisory, the $1.2 million, Margot Callister, the fraud hold at Meridian Federal, all of it. Reeve was quiet for about 10 seconds when I finished. Then he said, your brother's an idiot. My brother has a corner office and a Porsche. Your brother has a corner office, a Porsche, and approximately 4 to 7 years of federal prison exposure, depending on how the wire fraud charges stack. Does your father know? I don't think so, but I'm not sure it matters. It matters legally. If Garrison knew and failed to report, he's got exposure too. Conspiracy, aiding and abetting, at minimum, a fiduciary breach against any creditors or stakeholders. There are no outside stakeholders. Garrison's the sole owner since Hargrove left. Then the creditors, the employees, the IRS, if those consulting payments were deducted as business expenses, which I guarantee they were. Bryn, this is a mess. I know it's a mess. That's why I'm calling you at 3:30 in the morning. What do you want to do? I've been thinking about that since 11:02 p.m., since Margot said authorized signatory, since she said Kellen Philbin and I closed my eyes. 4 years of gas station cards and cartoon dogs, a man at the head of a table telling 31 relatives that $20 was what I deserved. And the fact that the primary operating account, the one that paid the bills, kept the lights on, had my name on it. Not because Garrison trusted me, because nobody had bothered say anything. He didn't deny. He didn't explain. He just sat there with his hands clasped and his eyes on the floor. And for the first time in my life, I saw my brother look like exactly who he was. A man who had taken everything he'd been given and still needed more, and had been caught. Garrison closed the folder. He looked at me, and in his face I saw something I'd never seen before. Not gratitude, not pride. What I saw was calculation. He was figuring out what this meant for him, for the business, for his reputation. He was calculating his exposure. How bad is it? He asked. He wasn't asking me. He was asking Reeve. Reeve told him. The $1.2 million documented. The probable additional losses. The tax implications. The potential for criminal prosecution. The fact that if this went federal, Garrison himself could face scrutiny for failure to supervise. Garrison listened to all of it. Then he turned to Kellen and said, "Is it true?" Kellen looked up. He looked at Garrison. He looked at me. Then he said, "I needed the money." That was it. That was his defense. He needed the money. The man who had received $5,000 every birthday, who had been given a corner office at 22, who had been handed a promotion, a title, and a future, and a father's public endorsement and a table of 31 relatives. He needed the money. Garrison's face did something I can't quite describe. It didn't collapse. It didn't harden. It kind of flattened, like a house settling on a cracked foundation. Everything that had been propped up, the pride in Kellen, the belief that Bloodline was competence, the certainty that he had made the right bet, all of it just settled downward an inch, and the cracks became visible. "Here's what happens now," I said. I said it to Garrison, but I was looking at Kellen. Kellen resigns from Pruitt and Hargrove immediately. His access to the building, the accounts, and all company systems is terminated today. He repays every dollar, the wire transfers, the Vantage Point payments, all of it, through a structured settlement overseen by the court. The TRO on his personal assets stays in place until the repayment schedule is finalized, and in exchange for full cooperation and repayment, we don't file the criminal referral. Kellen stared at me. "You can't do this." "I already did. The complaint is filed. The TRO is granted. Your accounts are frozen. The only choice you have is whether it stays civil or goes criminal." "Dad," Kellen turned to Garrison, "this is family. We can work this out." "You stole from him," I said. "You stole from the employees who depend on this business. You created a fake company to funnel money to yourself while your father told 31 relatives how much you deserved. You forfeited family when you opened the Cayman account." The room was quiet. Reeve was standing by the window, hands in his pockets, watching. Priya had her laptop open, recording notes. Garrison was staring at the folder on his desk like it was
Such a fucking idiot.
"Garrison," Reeve said, "you have a choice.
Lord bless him, but he's a moron.
Let Brent restructure your financial controls and keep this contained, or refuse, and Brent files the criminal referral. The FBI takes over. You lose control of the timeline, the narrative, and probably the business." Garrison looked at Reeve, then at me, then at Kellen, then back at me. "What do you want?" he said, quietly, like he was asking a question he'd never thought to ask before. "I want the business to survive," I said. "That's it. I don't want your money. I don't want your office. I don't want a seat at your table. I want payroll to go out on Friday, and I want the people who work here to still have jobs next month, and I want the bleeding to stop. That's what I want." And Kellen faces the consequences of his choices, same as anyone would. Garrison nodded, slowly. One nod, then another, then a third, like his head was working through a mechanism it hadn't used before. "Okay," he said. "Okay, what?" "Okay, do what you need to do." Kellen made a sound, not a word, just a sound, low and strangled, like air being let out of something that had been inflated too long. He stood up. He looked at Garrison. He said, "You're going to let her do this?" Garrison didn't answer. He was looking at the folder, at the numbers, at the proof that the son he'd chosen, the one he'd invested in, the one he'd publicly celebrated every year in front of 31 witnesses, had been draining him dry the whole time. "Sit down, Kellen," Reeve said, "or leave. Either way, this is happening." Kellen left. He walked out of the office, through the showroom, and into the parking lot where his Porsche Cayenne was parked in the spot marked Cape Pruitt, VP. He got in and drove away. Last time he was inside that building, I spent the next 2 weeks at Pruitt and Hargrove, not as a daughter returning to the fold, as a forensic accountant doing one for She'd been the one who noticed. She'd been the one who called. She'd been the one who, at 11:02 on a Tuesday night, decided to reach the one person on the signatory list who might actually do something about it. I gave her a raise. Garrison didn't object. The structured settlement was finalized in late November. Kellen agreed to repay $1.47 million over 7 years at 4.5% interest. His personal assets, the Porsche, a condo in Bridgeport, the Cayman account, were liquidated for the first $620,000. The remainder would come from garnished wages, assuming he found wages to garnish. The criminal referral was held in reserve, contingent on compliance. I restructured the company's financial controls, dual signatory on everything over $5,000, monthly reconciliations by an independent CPA, quarterly reviews by Alderton Ross, new software, new protocols, new everything. Garrison signed what I put in front of him. He watched his company being rebuilt from the inside by the child he gave $20 to, and he didn't say a word about it. 3 months after the restructuring, I walked into Garrison's office to drop off the final audit report. He was at his desk. The bourbon glass was there, but it was full, untouched. He looked at me when I came in, and for a moment neither of us said anything. Margot said you authorized a new payroll system, he said. I did. She said you're removing yourself from the signatory list. I am. The controls are in place. Margot is more than capable of overseeing the accounts going forward. You don't need me on the signatory list anymore. He picked up the bourbon, put it back down. Bryn, yeah, the business account, the signatory authority. I never removed you because he stopped. Started again. I never removed you. I know. I should have. Another stop. He was working at it. This unfamiliar machinery of acknowledgement, grinding through it like a truck in the wrong gear. I should have seen what he was doing. You weren't looking. No. He shook his head. I wasn't. I put the audit report on his desk. I turned to leave. Bryn. I stopped. Didn't turn around. The card, he said. The $20. Every year. I waited. It was wrong. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. The words sat there in the room like a stone dropped into still water, and whatever ripples it made were his to watch, not mine. Yeah, I said. It was. I walked out of the office, down the hall, past Camille Bro at the reception desk, who said, bye, Bryn, past the showroom, out the front door, into the parking lot where there was no longer a spot marked Kate Pruitt, VP, because the sign had been removed 2 weeks ago and the space was now just a parking space, available to anyone. I got in my car. I drove back to Glastonbury. I went home. I fed Hendrix. I sat on my couch. The phone didn't ring at 11:02 p.m. It didn't need to. The account was clean. The business was stable. The bleeding had stopped. And somewhere in Larchfield, Connecticut, in a dining room that seated 31 relatives, there was an empty chair that wasn't mine anymore. It was Kellen's.
I'll never forget. The most disturbing act.
We buried my brother at 2 p.m. By 6:47, my husband slid divorce papers across the table and said I'm marrying his widow. I signed without a word. Didn't cry. Didn't blink. 30 days later, I was pounding on my front door, sobbing because the reading of my brother's will had just ended, and his name wasn't in it. The cemetery workers were still tamping down the last of the soil when Roderick checked his watch for the 3rd time. I caught it. The way his wrist tilted, quick, like he was timing a roast in the oven. 2:14 p.m. My brother had been in the ground for exactly 15 minutes, and my husband was already running a clock on something. Aaron, we should head back, he said. Not softly. Not the way you talk to a woman who just watched her get ready to rent Georgia Clay. More like he had a reservation somewhere. I didn't answer. I was watching Colette, my brother Emmett's wife, standing at the edge of the grave with her fingers pressed against her collarbone, doing that thing she always did when she wanted people to notice she was being brave. The black dress, the single tear she kept dabbing with a monogrammed handkerchief, the poster of a woman performing Thriller for an audience. Roderick touched my
All right, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat.
I heard you. We drove back to the house in separate silences. His was impatient. Mine was something else entirely. Emmett had been sick for 19 months. Pancreatic. The kind that doesn't negotiate. I'd been at every appointment, every scan, every conversation where doctors replaced hope with timelines. Roderick had come to exactly 2 of those visits, both times spending most of it in the parking lot on his phone. The repast was at Emmett's house, a 5-bedroom craftsman on Meridian Lane that he bought outright 7 years ago with cash from his logistics company, Hargrove Freight Solutions. Emmett had built that company with a single box truck and a cracked screen phone. By the time he got the diagnosis, he had a fleet of 42 vehicles, contracts with 3 major retailers, and a warehouse in Calhoun County that he owned free and clear. Colette had married him 18 months before the diagnosis. I never said anything about the timing because Emmett was happy. But I noticed things. The way she'd steer conversations toward the house, toward the accounts, toward what was theirs now. Emmett noticed too. He told me once, sitting in a chemo chair, I love her, Mare, but she loves the architecture of my life more than she loves me. The repast was winding down around 5:30. People were covering casserole dishes, hugging me with that specific pressure that means they don't know what else to do. Colette was in the kitchen accepting condolences like she was receiving a delegation. Roderick had loosened his tie and was sitting at Emmett's dining table, the walnut one Emmett had built himself, scrolling through his phone with a glass of bourbon he poured without asking. I started collecting plates. That's what I do. When the world cracks open, I clean. By 6:15, most people had left. A few cousins lingered on the porch. Colette had gone upstairs and said she needed to lie down. I was wiping the kitchen counter when Roderick appeared in the doorway, and something about the way he was standing made me stop. He had a manila envelope in his hand. Sit down, he said. I'm cleaning. Mirren, sit down. The way he said it, not angry, not pleading, but rehearsed, told me everything I needed to know before he even opened his mouth. I set the dish rag on the counter, folded it once, and sat at Emmett's kitchen island. The same island where Emmett and I had eaten cereal together 3 weeks ago. Him too weak to hold the spoon steady, me pretending not to notice. Roderick slid the envelope across the granite. I didn't touch it. What is this? Divorce papers, he said it the way you'd say parking ticket, flat, administrative. I looked at the envelope, looked at him. The kitchen was quiet except for the refrigerator humming and someone laughing on the porch outside. I've already talked to a lawyer, he continued. It's straightforward. We split the Ridgemont house. The savings account gets divided for Georgia equitable distribution, and I keep the Audi. You can have the Subaru. You brought those papers to my brother's funeral. I brought them to the house after the funeral. There's a difference. There really isn't. He exhaled like I was the one being unreasonable. I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to get paid where we pretend for 3 months and then do this anyway. I respect you enough to be direct. You respect me. I repeated it to see how it tasted. It tasted like copper. Mirren, this hasn't been working for a long time. You know it. I know it. And I don't want to waste anyone's time pretending otherwise. When you say this hasn't been working, you mean us. Yes. He paused. Not because he didn't know the answer, but because he was calculating how much to say. A while. How long is a while, Roderick? Another pause. He shifted his weight, tugged at his cuff. About 8 months. 8 months. Emmett had been alive 8 months ago. Emmett had still been going to treatment 8 months ago. I'd been splitting my time between the hospital and home, and Roderick had been deciding. There's something else, he said. I waited. I'm seeing someone. I could feel the counter's edge pressing into my forearms. Cold granite, real and solid. It wasn't a question. Not really. Because I already knew. The same way you know a storm is coming before the sky changes. Something in the pressure, something in the air that gets thin and wrong. Colette. There it was. My husband. My dead brother's wife. I didn't scream. I didn't throw anything. I just sat there and let the sentence exist in a room. How long? I said. Mirren. How long? 5 months. 5 months. Emmett had been in hospice 5 months ago. My husband had been sleeping with my brother's wife while my brother was dying. She understands me, Roderick said, and I almost laughed. Of course the man who couldn't sit through a single chemo appointment would describe his affair with a dying man's wife as being understood. I want to marry her, he said. After the waiting period, after the divorce is finalized, I want to make it official. I looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time in maybe years. Roderick Galloway, 43. The man I married 11 years ago because he was tall and certain. The man who'd stopped being interesting to me somewhere around year 4, but whom I kept because leaving felt like admitting failure. You want to marry Colette? Yes. My brother's wife. He's with her. He's been in the ground for 4 hours. Roderick, don't correct my grammar. He pressed his lips together. Then, the papers are straightforward. My attorney is Vaughn Bradley. His number's on the second page. Your attorney can reach out whenever. I pushed the envelope toward me. Opened the clasp. 40-some pages of dissolution. Property schedules, asset disclosures, a proposed parenting plan, though we didn't have children, which made that section mercifully blank. I reached into my purse, pulled out a pen, and signed. Every flag line, every initial box, every signature of luck. Roderick's face did something complicated, like he'd prepared for a battle and instead walked into an empty room. You're not going to? You don't want to take some time? No. Don't you want your own lawyer to review it? No. Marin, you have the right to. I know my rights, Roderick. I capped the pen, slid the papers back to him. You're out. Take me, Howdy. Take Colette. I don't need any of it. He picked up the papers slowly, like they might detach. You're being very calm about this. Yes. That worries me. It shouldn't. He stood there for another 10 seconds, waiting for the crack, the collapse, the scene he had later described to Colette as proof that I was the difficult one. It didn't come. I'll have Vaughn file these Monday morning, he said. Good. He left. I heard his car start, the gravel crunch, the engine fade down Meridian Lane. I sat at that island for a long time. Then I washed the rest of the dishes, turned off the lights, and drove home. That was day one. The next morning, I called Patricia Winslow. Pat was a family attorney in Decatur who handled my parents' estate and had the personality of a backhoe. Slow, methodical, and capable of moving enormous amounts of earth without breaking a sweat. I told her what
Give
had
me
happened.
back my carrion worms, son of a bitch.
Without counsel. I did. Marin, the proposed settlement is unfavorable to me, probably, but I don't want the house. I don't want the account. I want this done. Georgia requires a 30-day waiting period minimum. No children, so we skip custody. If both parties agree, it can be done. Then get it done. She agreed, reluctantly. I spent the next 2 weeks doing 3 things. Going to work, I'm a logistics operations manager for a distribution company in Gwinnett County, a job I'd gotten on my own. Sorting through what was mine and what was Roderick's. And meeting with Fletcher Hall. Fletcher was Emmett's estate attorney, not the family lawyer. Fletcher was a specialist, the kind of attorney whose office looks like a library and whose hourly rate has a comma in it. Emmett had hired him 2 years before the diagnosis, when Hargrove Freight was scaling and Emmett wanted everything structured correctly. I'd known about Fletcher because I was the one Emmett trusted.
Oh, what's up, vibes?
Not Roderick, me. Emmett had made me the executor of his estate, a fact he told me during one of those late-night hospital conversations where the morphine made him honest. Everything's with Fletcher, he had said. The will, the trust, the business structure. You're the executor. Colette doesn't know the details. I need you to hold it together when I can. I promised. So when Fletcher called me 3 days after the funeral to schedule a formal reading, I was ready. The reading is set for June 14th, he said. 33 days from the date of death. I've sent notices to all named parties. Who's on the list? You, as executor and beneficiary. Colette Hargrove, as surviving spouse. And Roderick Galloway. Mr. Hargrove included a specific provision addressing him. Roderick is on the list. Mr. Hargrove was very specific about that. The divorce moved fast. Pat filed the paperwork, Roderick's attorney countersigned, and the judge signed off on the 28th day. Roderick got the house, the Audi, 60% of the joint savings. I got the Subaru, my retirement accounts, and the specific exclusion of any claim to my personal inheritance or family assets. That last clause was the one Pat had insisted on. If your brother left you anything, Roderick gets none of it. This clause makes that ironclad. Roderick signed it without reading it, because he was in a hurry, because Colette was waiting. The divorce was finalized on a Tuesday. By Thursday, Roderick and Colette were posting photos together. A dinner in Buckhead, a walk through Piedmont Park. The aesthetic of people who decided their affair is actually a love story. The 30 days between the funeral and the will reading passed the way Georgia summers pass, slow and heavy. I worked. I cooked meals for one. I sat on my apartment balcony in Marquesa, a 2-bedroom that was smaller than mine, and drank coffee and didn't cry. Not because I wasn't sad. Emmett was my brother, and was dimmer for it. But I didn't like crying in the hospital, in the hospice, in the car after every visit. By the time they put him in the ground, I was dry, finished with the part of grief that leaks. What was left was the part that builds. Fletcher's office was on the 9th floor of a building in Midtown with the kind of lobby where your shoes echo. I arrived at 9:45. The reading was at 10. Colette was already there. Black dress, different one, same energy. Beside her was an attorney I didn't recognize, with a leather portfolio and the expression of someone who bills by the quarter hour. Roderick arrived at 9:52. You sit. He walked in like a man who expected to hear his name called. He sat next to Colette, close but not touching. He looked at me. I looked at the window. Fletcher entered at exactly 10. He was 60-something, silver-haired, Opened 11:01. Thank you all for coming. I'm Fletcher Pauling, Estate Counsel for Emmett James Hargrove. I'll be reading the relevant provisions of Mr. Hargrove's last will and testament, as well as summarizing the trust structures that govern the disposition of his assets. This is a formal proceeding. I ask that all questions be held until I'm finished. Colette shifted in her chair. Her attorney uncapped a pen. At the time of his death, Mr. Hargrove's estate was valued at approximately $14.6 million, inclusive of real property, business interests, liquid assets, and personal property. The room got very quiet. I know the number. Colette's attorney wrote it down. Roderick's jaw moved slightly, like he was chewing something invisible. The primary asset is Hargrove Freight Solutions, held within a revocable trust established in 2021. The trust was amended 3 times, most recently on February 4th of this year, approximately 7 weeks before Mr. Hargrove's death. Colette's attorney looked up. Fletcher continued. The trust designates Maren Galloway, now Maren Hargrove, following the dissolution of her marriage, as sole trustee with full discretionary authority over all trust assets, including the business. Roderick's head turned, not toward Fletcher, toward me. I kept my eyes on Fletcher. The residence at 4417 Meridian Lane is held within the trust and is designated as follows. Lifetime occupancy rights are granted to Colette Hargrove, contingent upon her maintaining the property as a primary residence and not entering into cohabitation or remarriage within 24 months of Mr. Hargrove's death. In the event of cohabitation or remarriage within that period, occupancy rights terminate immediately and the property reverts to the trust. Colette's face did something I'll remember for a long time. It started as confusion, moved through calculation, and landed on something that looked like the first 5 seconds of a car wreck, the moment you realize the brake pedal isn't doing what it's supposed to. Her attorney leaned over and whispered something. Colette shook her head. Fletcher wasn't done. Regarding liquid assets, Mr. Hargrove maintained personal accounts totaling approximately $2.1 million. These are distributed as follows. To Maren Hargrove, $1.8 million. To the Emmett Hargrove Memorial Scholarship Fund at Georgia State University, $200,000. To Colette Hargrove, $100,000, payable in monthly installments of $4,166.67 over a period of 24 months. Colette's attorney stopped writing. The remaining business assets, including the Calhoun County warehouse, the vehicle fleet, and all operational contracts, remain within the trust under Maren Hargrove's sole discretion. Mr. Hargrove included a letter of intent, not legally binding, but reflective of his wishes, that the business continue to operate and that its employees be retained. Fletcher paused. He looked around the table the way a man looks at a room before delivering a sentence. There is one additional provision. Mr. Hargrove included a specific clause addressing Roderick Galloway. Roderick sat up. Fletcher read directly from the document. To Roderick Galloway, whom I once considered family, I leave the following. Full knowledge that I knew. I knew about the visits. I knew about the phone calls. I knew about the 5 months. I leave him nothing else, because nothing is what he earned. The room was silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that has weight. Roderick's face went white. Not red, white. Colette turned to him. Then to me. Then back to him. Her mouth opened and closed twice without producing sound. The cohabitation clause, her attorney said, his voice careful. If Miss Hargrove and Mr. Galloway are currently cohabitating or intending to marry, then the occupancy rights terminate, Fletcher said. The property reverts to the trust. Miss Hargrove would need to vacate within 60 days. They can't do that, Colette said. Her voice was higher now, thinner, like a wire pulled too tight. That's my house. Emmett and I were married. Community property. Georgia is an equitable distribution state, not a community property state, Fletcher said. And the residence was purchased and titled prior to your marriage, held in a trust that was never amended to include you as a beneficiary beyond the conditions.
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
You have no ownership interest in the property. Colette looked at me, directly at me, with the kind of expression that people have when they realize the person they underestimated was the person holding all the cards. I didn't look away. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just sat there, the same way I sat at Emmett's kitchen island 4 weeks ago, still, dry, finished. This is contestable, Colette's attorney said. Spousal elective share. Already addressed, Fletcher said. The trust was structured to satisfy Georgia's spousal protections through the monthly installment provision. The documentation has been reviewed by 2 independent estate specialists. The room stayed silent for a long count. Then Roderick spoke. You knew about this. He was looking at me. You knew what was in the will. I looked at him. The man I'd been married to for 11 years. The man who'd slid divorce papers across a dead man's kitchen island. The man who'd looked me in the eye and said she understands me when my brother was still fresh in the earth. Emmett told me to hold it together, I said. So I held it together. You led me. You signed the divorce papers. You didn't fight. You didn't. I didn't need to fight, Roderick. You gave me exactly what I needed. A clean separation. No claim on my inheritance. No community property entanglement with a trust. You handed me the knife and asked me to hold it. I looked into it. His mouth worked. Nothing came out.
Oh.
The exclusion clause of the divorce. Captain told me. He waives any future claim to assets received through inheritance. It's a firewall. Roderick had signed it without reading it. Because he was in a hurry. Fletcher closed his binder. I'll provide copies of all relevant documents to each party's counsel. Miss Hargrove, as executor, I'll need to schedule a
All right.
in the next 2 weeks to begin the trust administration process. I'll be available, I said. I stood, picked up my bag, walked toward the door. Roderick caught me in the hallway. Eyes red, voice cracked. Mirren, you can't. Emmett wouldn't have wanted this. Emmett wrote every word of that will while he was dying. While you were with his wife. While you were checking your watch at his funeral. He knew exactly what he wanted. Roderick's hand dropped. The 100,000, he said. The installments. That's nothing. Colette was his wife. Colette was his wife the way you were my husband. Present tense, past commitment. We can talk to the trustee. I am the trustee. That landed. His eyes changed, all at once, like a light switching off. You planned this. I didn't plan anything. Emmett planned it. I just didn't get in the way. Colette appeared at the end of the hallway. Her heels clicked on the marble. Her voice was softer now. The performance of grief replaced by the performance of reasonableness. We need to talk about the house. I've been living there. Emmett would never have wanted me to be homeless. The clause is clear, Colette. No cohabitation, no remarriage within 24 months. If you're living alone, you keep the house. If Roderick moves in, you lose it. That's not fair. There wasn't the operating principle when you started sleeping with my husband while yours was on morphine. Her mouth tightened. I'll contest the will. You're welcome to try. The trust is structured to survive a contest, and the legal fees come out of the contestant's share. Your 100,000 becomes 80, then 60, then whatever's left after your attorney bills through. Her attorney lowered his phone. He put his hand on Colette's arm, not in comfort, but in the way attorneys touch clients when they're about to give advice the client doesn't want to hear. We'll be in touch, he said. They left. Roderick was still standing in the hallway. Something inside the frame had collapsed. 30 days, he said, mostly to himself. 30 days ago I had a wife, a house, a plan. Colette's installment checks to look forward to, I said. $4,166.67 a month. For 24 months. After that, nothing. Why did you sign so fast? Why didn't you fight? Why didn't you tell me? Because you didn't ask. You walked into my brother's kitchen on the day we buried him and you handed me an exit. I took it. That's not a plan, Roderick. That's just a door you opened and I walked through. He stared at me, looking for the version of me he'd known, the one who cleaned when the world cracked, who squeezed hands and said nothing, who kept things together for everyone else. That woman was still there. She just wasn't keeping things together for him anymore. I walked to the elevator, pressed the button. The doors opened. Mirren, his voice from down the hallway, broken. I stepped inside. The doors closed. I drove home to my apartment in Brookhaven. The small one. The one that smelled like nothing because it was mine and no one else had ever lived there. I set my bag on the counter, poured a glass of water, and sat on the balcony. Emmett's voice in my head, from one of those last nights. They're going to come for what I built, Mayor. Both of them. Let them think they're winning. People who rush don't read the fine print. I'll hold it together, I told him. And I had. At 6:47 that evening, I know the exact time because the microwave clock was right behind Roderick's head when he showed up. There was pounding on my front door. Not knocking, pounding. The kind that comes from the flat of a palm, desperate and rhythmic. I opened it. Roderick, tie loosened, eyes swollen, face the color of concrete after rain. He'd been crying, hard, recently, the kind that leaves salt tracks on your jawline. She's kicking me out, he said. Who? Colette. She says if I stay, she loses the house. Her attorney called mine, said the cohabitation clause is airtight. If there's any reports immediately. She changed the locks, Aaron, while I was at her meeting. That was fast. She made the house over. I left you for her. I gave up everything. You gave up me for her. That's not everything. That's just what you had. He put his hand on the doorframe. His chin dropped. I have nothing. The Richmond house is tied up in the divorce. Colette won't let me near Meridian Lane. The savings, I spent most of my share on dinner reservations and a deposit on a ring. That sounds like a personal financial decision. Please, can I just come in? Can we talk? I looked at him, the man who timed a funeral, who had slid papers across a dead man's table, who had signed away his claim to my inheritance because he was in too much of a hurry to read. No merit. The divorce is final. You wanted out. You got out. You wanted Colette. You got Colette. Until you didn't. None of that is my problem. I made a mistake. You made a series of decisions. You chose to have an affair with a dying man's wife. You chose to serve me papers at his funeral. You chose to rush the settlement. And now you're on my doorstep asking me to fix what you built. Emmett did this to punish me. Emmett did this to protect me. You just happened to be the thing I needed protecting from. The pounding had stopped. His hand hung at his side now, limp. The hallway light buzzed the way fluorescent lights do in apartment buildings, thin and indifferent. Where am I supposed to go? He asked. Somewhere that isn't here. I closed the door, turned the deadbolt, listened to him stand there for a while before his footsteps retreated down the hallway, uneven and slow, like a man walking away from a building that used to have his name on it. I went back to the balcony. The coffee was cold. I poured a fresh cup. The city was shifting from the weight of the day into the amber looseness of evening. Headlights moving along the highway like cells through a vein. Emmett's voice, from before the diagnosis, before Colette, before any of it. You and me, Mayor. We're the foundation. Everything else is just weather. I drank my coffee, watched the lights, didn't cry. The foundation was holding, and the weather had finally cleared.
What the deal is? Oh, wow, this...
My uncle changed the locks of the house I inherited. He begged me to take it back when he found out how much it cost to own it. My grandmother basically raised me after my parents died when I was 8, lived with her for 10 years until college, then visited every weekend after graduation. She always told me the house would be mine one day since I was the only grandkid who actually cared about her. My Uncle Paul only showed up when he needed money. My Aunt Lisa called maybe twice a year, but I was there every Sunday for dinner, drove her to doctor appointments, fixed things around the house. Grandma had this beautiful Victorian house worth about $800,000. She lived there 50 years and maintained it perfectly. Had these original hardwood floors and stained glass windows that were irreplaceable. She told everyone at every holiday dinner that the house was going to me. Paul would just roll his eyes and change the subject. Grandma passed away last month. At the funeral, Paul suddenly became the grieving son, crying louder than anyone, talking about how close they were. I knew she'd left me the house, so I wasn't worried about his performance. The will reading was scheduled for the following week. Paul didn't even wait that long. The day of the funeral, while everyone was still at the reception, Paul broke into Grandma's house and changed the locks. I found out when I went there that evening to water her plants like I always did. My key didn't work, and Paul answered the door in his bathrobe. Told me he was the eldest son, so the house was obviously his. Said I could schedule a time to get any personal items, but he was living there now. I called the lawyer immediately. He confirmed the will clearly stated the house was mine. Paul didn't care. Said possession was everything, and I'd have to evict him, which would take months, maybe years. He was right about eviction taking forever. I looked into it, and with backlogged courts, could be 18 months minimum. But here's what Paul didn't know. Grandma had given me power of attorney 2 years ago when she had a minor stroke. She recovered fully, but never revoked it. I also had access to all her financial accounts as the joint holder. More importantly, I knew things about that house Paul didn't. Like how Grandma never updated the electrical panel from 1962, or how the foundation had cracks she'd been monitoring for years, or that the gorgeous copper pipes were one winter away from bursting. Paul had no idea about any of the house's works because he never helped with maintenance. So I started my plan. First, I canceled all the utility accounts that were still in Grandma's name. Power, water, gas, trash, everything. Told them the owner had passed and the estate was being settled. Paul had to set up new accounts, but utility companies required massive deposits since he had terrible credit. $800 just for electricity. Then I remembered Grandma's home insurance was auto-paid from her account, which I controlled. Canceled that too. Paul couldn't get insurance without proving ownership, which he couldn't do without the deed, which was in my name per the will. No insurance meant the mortgage company started Paul would be handling everything. Foundation specialists, electricians, plumbers, roofers, everyone. They all showed up and told Paul about critical repairs needed. The foundation alone was $60,000. The electrical was a fire hazard that needed immediate rewiring for $30,000. The roof had maybe 6 months left. Paul was getting 20 calls a day from contractors following up on the emergency repairs. Then the city showed up. Turns out Grandma's house was in a historic district. Any changes needed special permits and approvals. Paul had started tearing out the old kitchen without permits. The stop work order came with daily fines of $500 until he fixed everything back to original condition. He couldn't afford authentic 1920s tiles and fixtures. The fines kept adding up. After 3 weeks, Paul called me sobbing. The mortgage company was starting foreclosure. The city fines were at $10,000. The house had no power because he couldn't afford the bill. Pipes had frozen and burst, flooding the basement. The contractor quotes totaled over $200,000 in necessary repairs. He begged me to take the house. I said I'd think about it. Let him sweat for another week while the situation got worse. The city condemned the property as uninhabitable due to the water damage and electrical hazards. Paul was living in a motel. Finally, I offered to take the house off his hands if he signed a statement acknowledging he'd stolen it from me initially and would pay me $50,000 in damages. Paul laughed right in my face. Said I was out of my mind if I thought he'd give me a single dollar after he already won by taking the house. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the frame. I stood there on the porch listening to him stomp around inside. Then his voice got louder. He was calling someone, probably his lawyer, and I could hear him through the door talking about my ridiculous demands. I walked back to my car feeling this weird mix of anger and satisfaction. He had no idea what was coming. Back at my apartment, I pulled out Grandma's old address book, the one with the cracked leather cover she'd kept for 40 years. Found Hattie Montgomery's name under the lawyer section. Grandma had used her for some property dispute years ago and always spoke highly of her. I called the number and got lucky when Hattie answered personally instead of some receptionist. Explained the whole situation while she listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked me to come to her office that afternoon with all my documentation. Hattie's office was in one of those old downtown buildings with creaky floors and tall windows. She was maybe 60 with gray hair pulled back tight and these sharp eyes that missed nothing. I spread out everything on her desk. The power of attorney paperwork, the joint account statements, the will that clearly stated the house was mine, Paul's texts admitting he changed the locks. She went through each document carefully, making notes on a yellow legal pad. After 20 minutes, she looked up and smiled. Told me we had multiple ways to make Paul's life extremely difficult until he gave up. Said the key was applying pressure from every possible direction at once so he couldn't catch his breath. I liked her immediately. Hattie filed an emergency motion for immediate possession the next morning. Based everything on the will and Paul's illegal entry. But she warned me the court date wouldn't happen for at least 6 weeks because of the backlog. Said we should use that time to make Paul understand exactly what owning Grandma's house actually cost. She suggested coordinating a pressure campaign that would hit him from every angle. Legal, financial, municipal, everything. I told her to do whatever she thought would work. Gave her full authority to coordinate with the mortgage company, the city, anyone who could help squeeze Paul. She said she'd start making calls that afternoon. 3 days later, Paul got the formal foreclosure notice from the reverse mortgage company. 30 days to pay the full $300,000 or vacate the property. He called me at 7 in the morning screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Said I was trying to steal his inheritance and he'd sue me for everything I had. Told me I was a vindictive monster who couldn't stand that he'd outsmarted me. I waited until he ran out of steam, then reminded him very calmly that he stole my house first. Said if he wanted to play possession games, he could deal with the consequences. Hung up while he was still yelling threats. The insurance situation hit next. Victor Perkins called Paul about the lapsed homeowner's policy. I knew because Paul left me an angry voicemail about it. Victor had explained that without proof of ownership, Paul couldn't get coverage. That meant any damage to the house came entirely out of Paul's pocket. Paul tried using Grandma's old policy documents, but Victor told him those died with Grandma. The estate needed to establish new coverage, which required the actual heir's signature. My signature. Paul called me begging to sign the insurance paperwork. Said it was just basic protection for the house. I told him he should have thought about that before breaking in and changing the locks. Said I wasn't signing anything that helped him keep what he stole. The foundation report arrived a week later. The specialist had done a full inspection after and copies to both me and Paul. The cracks had gotten worse over the winter. Immediate repair was critical to prevent total structural failure. Cost estimate was now over $100,000, up from the $60,000 Grandma had been quoted. Paul called me that night sounding scared instead of angry. Asked if Grandma knew about the foundation problems. I told him yes. She'd been monitoring them for 3 years. Said she planned to fix everything this spring before she got sick. He asked why she didn't do it sooner, and I explained she was saving up the money because she didn't want to take out another loan. He got quiet for a long time, then asked if I'd help pay for the repairs. I laughed and hung up. The electrical situation got worse fast. Paul had been running space heaters after I canceled the gas service. The old 1962 panel couldn't handle the load. An electrical inspector showed up after neighbors reported burning smells. Condemned the panel as an immediate fire hazard. Now Paul faced a mandatory future was ruined. Her photo albums destroyed. All those pictures from when I was little, from when my parents were alive. The water sat for almost a week, creating this massive mold problem. Another $20,000 to fix. I drove by and saw the water stains on the basement windows. Stood there on the sidewalk staring at them. My anger at Paul mixed with grief over losing Grandma's things. Those photos could never be replaced. Paul's lawyer finally sent a letter to Hattie, threatened to sue me for property damage and interference, said I was deliberately sabotaging the house to hurt Paul. Hattie's response was beautiful. She wrote this detailed breakdown of everything I'd done, explained how canceling utilities was my legal right as power of attorney and joint account holder, how scheduling contractor estimates was basic property management, how every single action was completely legal. Then she copied the mortgage company, the city, and the insurance adjuster.
All right, I'll
Made sure
stick to
everyone
Gil.
knew Paul was the illegal occupant, not me. That he had no legal standing to be in that house at all. Paul's lawyer stopped returning his calls after that. The mortgage company's foreclosure letter arrived 3 days later. 2 weeks to pay the full $300,000, or they'd start eviction proceedings. I got a copy since I was still listed as power of attorney on all the estate documents. Paul didn't know the mortgage company had my contact information too. The letter detailed every problem with the property. Water damage, electrical hazards, no insurance, unpaid city fines. They'd done their homework. The property was considered high risk, and they wanted their money immediately. Paul called at 2 in the morning. I could hear him crying before he even spoke. His words came out slurred and broken. He said I was destroying Grandma's legacy, that she'd be ashamed of what I was doing to her house and her son. I stayed quiet and let him talk. He went on about how Grandma would hate seeing family fight like this, how she always wanted us to get along. When he finally stopped to breathe, I told him Grandma would hate what he did more. Stealing from family, breaking into her house the day of her funeral, changing the locks on the granddaughter she actually loved. Then I blocked his number. I didn't need to hear his drunk excuses anymore. The city fines kept climbing. Frances called me to give me updates even though I wasn't the legal occupant. She knew the situation from Hattie and wanted to make sure I understood how bad things were getting. 24 days since the stop work order and Paul hadn't done anything to fix the kitchen. The fines were at $12,000 now. Frances filed a lien against the property. That meant even if Paul somehow sold the house, the city would get paid before he saw a single dollar. She sent me a copy of the lien paperwork. It felt good seeing it in writing. Hattie sent Paul a letter the same day. She itemized every single cost he was facing. $300,000 for the reverse mortgage, $60,000 for foundation repairs, $30,000 for electrical rewiring, $20,000 for mold remediation, $12,000 in city fines and climbing.
Yeah, we saw him at the last
Honey was billing me for all the work she was doing.
Vermicia.
The more it would cost him. Paul's face went pale. He asked where he was supposed to get that kind of money. I suggested he ask Lisa since she was so concerned about family helping each other. He left without another word. Lisa called me that evening. Her voice was cold and controlled. Said she'd loan Paul $30,000 if I reduced my demand. I told her no. Told her Paul needed to face real consequences for what he did. She argued with me for 20 minutes, but I held firm. Finally, she said she'd talk to Hattie directly. I gave her Hattie's number and hung up. Hattie called me an hour later. Said Lisa was willing to go up to $45,000 if Paul signed the confession and a promissory note for the remaining $5,000 payable over 12 months. I didn't want to accept. Wanted Paul to pay the full amount. But Hattie reminded me that getting $45,000 now was better than fighting for months and maybe getting nothing. I agreed, but made it clear I wanted this finished. We met at Hattie's office on Monday morning. Paul sat across from me looking defeated. Lisa sat next to him glaring at me like I was the villain in all this. Hattie had the papers ready. A confession statement where Paul admitted he illegally occupied the house I inherited and changed the locks without authority. A promissory note for $45,000 from Lisa. A payment plan for the remaining $5,000 over 12 months. Paul signed everything without looking at me once. His hands shook as he wrote his name. Lisa wrote a check for $45,000 and slid it across the table. She stared at me the whole time with pure hatred in her eyes. I felt nothing except exhaustion. Just wanted this nightmare to end. I took the house keys from Paul and drove straight to Grandma's house. First time I'd been inside in 6 weeks. The front door stuck when I tried to open it. Inside smelled like mold and something else I couldn't identify. Desperation, maybe. The living room looked mostly okay, but the kitchen was destroyed. Paul had ripped out half the cabinets and left them in pieces on the floor. The original tiles Grandma loved were smashed and thrown in garbage bags. I walked down to the basement and saw the water damage. Brown stains on the walls. Warped floorboards. Grandma's furniture ruined. I found some of her photo albums in a soggy pile. The pictures were destroyed. All those memories from when I was little, from when my parents were alive, gone. I went back upstairs and sat in Grandma's favorite chair in the living room, the one she'd sit in every Sunday when I came for dinner. I sat there and cried for everything that was lost. Not just the physical damage to the house, but the family relationships that would never be repaired, the trust that was broken, the grandmother who wasn't here to see any of this. I cried until I had nothing left. I drove back to Grandma's house the next day with Hattie to start the insurance paperwork. She brought her laptop and a thick folder of forms that needed my signature as the legal owner. We sat at the kitchen table, or what was left of it, and she walked me through each claim. Water damage to the basement, mold growing on the foundation walls, structural damage from the burst pipes, the destroyed photo albums and furniture. Each item felt like another piece of Grandma disappearing. Hattie kept her voice calm and professional while I signed page after page. She took photos of everything with her phone. The watermarks on the basement ceiling, the ripped out cabinets Paul had left in garbage bags, the original tiles he'd smashed and thrown away. She measured the damaged areas and wrote notes about when each problem started. The insurance company needed proof that Paul's occupation caused the damage, not normal wear and tear. I showed her the utility cancellation dates and the timeline of when the pipes burst. She nodded and added it all to her documentation. Victor from the insurance company showed up 2 hours later to do his own inspection. He was older, maybe 60, with reading glasses hanging from a chain around his neck. He walked through every room taking more photos,
All right.
asking questions about what Grandma had maintained
Bathroom,
versus what Paul
coffee,
destroyed.
right back.
Explained
Hang
how Grandma
tight.
monitored the foundation cracks but planned to fix them this spring. How she knew the electrical panel needed
Yellow. Yellow. All right, I'll be down to let you in a couple minutes, all right? Just got to throw the rest. All right, yeah, I'll be down there as quick as I can. Somebody let you in, huh?
Appropriate materials. I found
Well, I'm sorry, like, I was just getting up to go use the restroom when you called.
Cost twice as much as modern replacements, but I didn't care. Grandma had loved that kitchen. I wasn't going to let Paul's destruction erase it completely. The contractor rebuilt the cabinets using photos I had from family dinners, matched the wood stain as close as possible, installed the vintage tiles in the same pattern Grandma had maintained for 50 years. 4 months after I
Thank
took
you.
the house back, the last contractor finally left. I walked inside the room checking for work. The house looked beautiful again. Better than it had in years, actually. All the deferred maintenance Grandma couldn't afford was finally fixed. But it had cost me everything in my savings account. $42,000 of my own money on top of the insurance payout. I was broke and exhausted. A thick envelope arrived from Lisa's lawyer 2 weeks later. I recognized the firm's name on the return address. Inside was a single-page letter on official letterhead. Lisa and Paul were cutting off all contact with me effective immediately. They considered me dead to the family for my cruel treatment of a grieving son. The letter used phrases like emotional abuse and vindictive behavior. Said I weaponized Grandma's trust to punish Paul for being the rightful heir. I read it and filed it in the folder with all the other legal documents. Part of me wanted to be angry, to call Lisa and remind her that Paul literally broke into the house and stole it, that everything I did was protecting what Grandma left me. But mostly I just felt tired. I traded my entire extended family for this house. Paul and Lisa would never speak to me again. Their kids, my cousins, would grow up thinking I was the villain who destroyed their family. I sat in Grandma's living room wondering if she would think it was worth it. She'd always valued loyalty and truth over blood relations. Told me family was about who showed up, not who shared DNA. I'd shown up every Sunday for 10 years. Paul showed up when he needed money. Maybe she would understand why I fought so hard. Or maybe she would have wanted me to find a way that didn't burn every bridge. I'd never know. 6 months after Grandma died, I finally moved into the house, packed up my apartment, and loaded everything into a rental truck. The house was legally mine now, with my name on the deed and all the utilities transferred. Every repair finished, every bill paid. I spent the first night in my childhood bedroom, the same room I'd slept in from age 8 to 18.
Oh.
The floorboards still creaked in the same spots. The window still stuck when you tried to open it. The closet door still didn't quite close all the way. I lay in bed listening to the house settle around me. All those familiar sounds I'd grown up with. Grandma's presence was everywhere. In the stained glass windows she'd cleaned every spring. In the hardwood floors she'd maintained so carefully. In the kitchen where we had Sunday dinners for years. I protected
All right, sorry about that.
Paul for what she wanted me to have. But the victory felt hollow. I'd spent months being calculating and cold, weaponizing my knowledge against Paul, watching him suffer and not feeling sorry about it. I'd won the house but lost myself a little in the process. I went out to the front porch where Grandma and I used to sit after dinner. The same wicker chairs were still there. I sat in her spot and looked out at the street. Decided that protecting what was mine had been worth the cost. Grandma raised me to stand up for myself and not let people take advantage. Paul tried to steal my inheritance and I stopped him. Maybe there was a better way that wouldn't have required destroying family relationships. Maybe I could have been less ruthless about it. But sitting here in the house she wanted me to have, I knew I'd do it all again. Some nights I still wondered if I'd become someone Grandma wouldn't recognize. Someone willing to hurt others to protect what was theirs. But then I remembered Paul answering the door in his bathrobe, telling me to schedule a time to get my personal items. Remembered him laughing when I first demanded he leave. He made his choice. I just made sure he paid for it.
Chaos in the bottom. 3 years after my mother-in-law said, "You're not real family," and lost my ticket to Cancun with 14 relatives watching, I walked into that same resort as the new owner. My father-in-law stood up and said everything. She couldn't speak. The woman behind the counter at gate 14 had already stopped typing, and Lavinia hadn't noticed, because Lavinia was still talking to the agent. To me. To the 14 people fanned out behind her in the boarding area like she was conducting them. "There's been a little mix-up," she said, in the bright voice she used when there hadn't been one. "Only 7 scenes cleared under the family block. Oh, 7. I've been on the phone about it all morning. It's just been a nightmare. I counted without meaning to. 8 of us were flying that first leg into Houston, then on to Cancun the next morning. 8 tickets. I had watched her book them at her own kitchen table in Linmore 4 months before, on the laptop I prepared for her twice, and never been thanked for once. "I have my confirmation right here," I said. I held up my phone. The email was open. My name spelled correctly. Seat 22 degrees Celsius. The whole itinerary. Lavinia didn't look at the phone. She looked at me the way you look at a smudge on a glass you're about to send back to the kitchen. "That's the thing, Dane. We can't seem to find yours on the manifest. It must have dropped off. These things drop off all the time." The standing 6 feet from me with her own boarding pass already in her hand. "Mom," Ren said. Just that. Just the one word, and then nothing after it. And that nothing was the loudest thing in the terminal. I could have made a scene. I had the confirmation. I could have pulled the credit card statement, the one where I'd pay for my own seat, and Ren's, and, because I was an idiot who wanted to be liked, 2 of the cousins as well. I could have made that agent reissue a boarding pass in 90 seconds. Instead, I looked at Ren, and I waited for her to take one step toward me. She didn't. She looked at her mother. Her mother looked at the gate. The agent looked at his shoes. Somewhere, a recorded voice announced final boarding for a different flight to a different city, and I understood the whole shape of the next 10 years in about 4 seconds. "Okay," I said. That was it. That was all I gave them. I put my phone in my pocket, picked up my carry-on, and walked back up the corridor the wrong way. Past the families and the duty-free, and nobody came after me. Not Ren, not Errol, nobody. They'd been pushing like that for a while. 3 years of holidays where my plate got set last, of group texts I was added to after the plans were already made, of Lavinia introducing me at her church functions as Ren's husband. "You know, he does something with computers." The ticket wasn't the start of anything. It was just the day the pushing stopped being deniable. The day she said the quiet part out loud into a room of 14 people, and dared a single one of them to correct her. Not one did. I drove myself home from the airport that afternoon. 2 hours back to Linmore, in a car I'd parked that morning, expecting not to see again for a week. I didn't speed. I didn't punch the wheel. I stopped for gas, bought a coffee and a packet of the orange crackers I liked, and sat in the lot and ate them. And somewhere in there, the thing inside me that had spent 8 years trying to be liked by these people, quietly closed its books and stopped trading. I didn't call Ren that night. She called me from the hotel in Houston, saying her mother had gotten a little carried away, saying we'd talk it through when she got home, saying it in the voice of someone who had already decided the trip was happening with or without me. I listened. I said I hoped she had a nice time. I meant it the way you mean things, when something is already broken and you're just waiting to hear it hit the floor. We didn't divorce right away. That part surprises people. We just thinned. Ren came home tan and quiet, and we lived in the same house being polite to each other for another 14 months before she took a job in Columbus she didn't need. The papers came after that, clean and uncontested, and I signed them at my own kitchen table on the same laptop I'd never get back from being the family's unpaid IT department. I kept the house another year out of inertia, then sold it and moved closer to the office. I stopped going to the family things I'd never really been invited to anyway. Lavinia, I heard secondhand, told people the marriage had failed because I was cold and married to my work. She was half right. I had found something the work could do that being liked never had. It could change the actual facts on the ground. You cannot argue your way back into a family that has decided you don't count. But you can buy the room they're standing in. Here is the part Lavinia never bothered to learn. Because she'd decided years earlier that a man who did something with computers wasn't worth listening to. What I did was build hotel revenue systems, not help desks. Systems, the pricing engines and occupancy models that resorts lease to keep their rooms full. I'd started at a firm in Cincinnati called Hadwin Lassard and spun out on my own the year before the airport. And by the time Ren left, I had 9 resort clients, a clean balance sheet, and a partner, a sharp, unsentimental woman named Maren Doss, who had run acquisitions at a hospitality fund until she got tired of making other people rich. Maren is the one who found Marabella Cove. It came across her desk about 18 months after the airport, buried in a portfolio of distressed properties owned by a group called Solvang Atlantic Resorts. 4 beach properties, badly, over-leveraged, all of them bleeding cash. The parent company circling a restructuring. 3 of the 4 were nothing special. The 4th was a 312-room beachfront resort on the Cancun Strip with a private cove, a renovated spa, and a name I recognized the instant I saw it on the cover sheet. Marabella Cove. I recognized it because I still had the printout somewhere from those 4 months of planning. It was the resort, the one, the 14 of them had flown down without me, and posted all of it, the infinity pool, the swim-up bar, Lavinia in a white caftan toasting the sunset under a caption about real family time. Maren didn't know any of that. She slid the portfolio across our conference table and said the Cove property alone could be turned in 3 years if we bought the debt and took the keys. The rest is filler, she said, but that one's a jewel somebody's been strangling. I looked at the photo for a long time. Buy all 4, I said. She raised an eyebrow. The other 3 are dogs. Buy all 4, I said again. I want the whole group. I want the parent company. I want to be the name on the door. Marin looked at me a second longer than she usually did. She knew me well enough by then to know when a decision wasn't about the spreadsheet. This is going to cost us, she said. The dogs will drag on the returns for years. Then we'll fix the dogs, or we'll sell them. I don't care about the dogs, I said. I care about owning the whole thing, top to bottom, so that nobody above me can ever overrule a single decision I make about that one property on the Cove. She didn't ask which property, or why. She wrote all 4 on her legal pad, underlined it twice, and started building the model. It took us 11 months, most of our credit line, and a bridge loan I personally guaranteed against the house in Linmore I no longer wanted to live in anymore. We started by buying Salt Lake Atlantic's senior debt, the loans the company could no longer service at 51 cents on the dollar, in pieces, through 3 different entities, so that nobody on their side saw the whole hand at once. Their chief executive was a man named Curtis Helmsworth, who had run the group into the ground on bad expansions, and still flew private. And when he finally worked out who held his paper, he asked for a meeting, and tried to charm us into a workout that kept him in his chair. Marin let him talk for 40 minutes. Then she laid a single sheet in front of him, the maturity dates, the covenants he had already breached, the default notice we were entitled to file that very afternoon, and asked whether he would like to sign the keys over cleanly, or watch a court do it for him over 18 ugly months. We signed. We forced the restructuring, wiped out the old equity, and came out the other side, owning the holding company outright. We renamed it Brackwell Hospitality Partners. On paper, it was Marin, me, and a quiet CEO investor out of Dallas.
Alright, so I did do some story advancement, got some new cards. I still need to do a lot of training. Pokeballs out.
That is precisely why I hired him. One more thing, I said. I'll be on property that week. Maren phoned me that night. She'd seen the same report. The Heartsock block, she said. That's the name, isn't it? The reason we bought the dogs. I told her it was. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said the only thing she ever said about it. Don't do anything that ends up in a lawsuit. I told her I wasn't going to do this. I was going to enforce all of them, exactly. Renovation, partly because the property genuinely needed me, and partly because I wanted the staff comfortable with my face before the night that actually mattered. On the second afternoon, I was up on the mezzanine above the lobby, going over the spa members with Mateo, when I heard the door I saw her. It was at the front desk, and she was establishment naturally would. Daniela checked the script. I'm very sorry, ma'am. The suites are fully unit this week. I can offer the spa or a sunset cruise at our published rate. I'd like to speak with the manager, Olivia said. I watched Daniela page the duty manager. I watched the duty manager come out and say, politely and imprudently, exactly what Daniela had said. No suites, no courtesy upgrade, published rate or nothing, because that was the standing instruction on the Heartsock file, and not one of them knew that the instruction had been written by the man leaning on the rail 20 feet above their heads. Lavinia stood there a moment, recalibrating. Then she collected her room key and her wounded dignity and carried them back through the elevators, already composing a version she would tell Mateo about how this place simply wasn't hers. She never once informed me she was so terrified. Mateo said, she's going to be shut up.
Rule number 1. Don't waste your special.
You just got topped off! Put your hands on top of your head! Put your hands on top of your head! Do it now! Put your hands on top of your head! Do it now! Put it on your head! Do it now! Stop now! Help me! Stop it! Get on the
That man, 45-year-old ex-line, wasn't allowed to commit any crime, and within minutes he would be chased, tased multiple times. He died at the scene from multiple blunt force injuries, multiple discharges of taser.
What happened to the message? You get the blame. It's a zany combination of a ship and a flamingo.
At my engagement party, Dad showed me, gave your $100,000 fund to your brother or this engagement's over. I said no. He punched me in front of everyone. I stood up, wiped the blood. Karma hit hard. The caterer set down a tray of bruschetta 6 inches from where my father was standing, and I watched him not even notice. He was too busy staring at me from across the room with that look, the one that meant he'd made a decision and was waiting for the right moment to announce it like it was gospel. Renata was next to me, laughing at something her cousin Blythe had just said. Her ring catching the light from the street lamps Renata's mother had insisted on hanging across every beam of the Halloween Limited space we rented for the night. The 112 people in that room, her family.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
College. We moved into together 8 months ago. She had seen the party parade. The photographer Renata had found on a recommendation from her coworker was moving quietly along the edges, getting candid shots. My father crossed the room toward me with the particular walk he uses when he's decided something. Not fast, not aggressive, just certain. The way a man walks when he already knows how the conversation ends. I had a glass of sparkling water in my hand. I wasn't drinking that night. I had a toast to give in 40 minutes, and I wanted to be sharp.
You know, there are some sayings that I think really make a person, whether they realize it consciously or not, wonder just what happened to cause somebody to create that saying. For example, lighting money on fire in a hurricane. Just what particular act of sheer idiocy
That's not important. It's very important.
occurred?
To people who don't wait, he said it like that was supposed to end the discussion.
And I mean sheer idiocy.
Than innovation. I set my water glass down on the nearest high top.
Ended up happening
I'm not giving Colton $100,000. I've told you this. I told you in March. I told you in
to cause a saying like that to come into being.
It's in an account that Renata and I have, and it is not paid. You're not married yet. What does that mean? It means the money is still yours alone. Or it's still mine. To decide
Like,
which I'm deciding.
did some moron at some point in history
Was something gentle and tender.
actually take some fucking
Renata laughing again.
money,
Your eyes shifting in
like paper money,
Marcus, your voice dropped. Not softer, tighter.
and actually light that shit on fire
You're asking.
while a hurricane was going on?
To understand what happens if you say no. And there it was. I'd been waiting for the shape of a threat since he'd walked across the room. I knew it was coming.
Is that how that saying came to be?
The way my mother had texted
Some
me
fucking
for
twit
3 days, saying
was just out there pissing around while a hurricane's going on and thought it was a great idea to light money on fire while the hurricane's going on, and then shit just kind of went south from there.
you give that money to your brother, or I'm standing up.
Like, is that like what happened? Because I can't imagine. I honestly just can't imagine, like, some mundane situation going on and somebody goes, oh yeah, that's like lighting money on fire in the midst of a hurricane. Like, I can't imagine that being the truth of it. That would be dumb in my mind. It wouldn't make any fucking sense. Like, sayings are usually created most of the time, the majority of the time, because somebody actually was in that situation. Like,
I'm choosing the appropriate use of
the saying, don't piss downwind.
Renata has nothing to do with it. She has everything to do with
That was created because some idiot was outside taking a piss, and they pissed downwind, and, well, consequences occurred. They got piss all over themselves.
That's different. I want an answer, a real answer, tonight, before that toast. You have my answer. Then I'm going to do whatever you need to do, Dad. He stared at me.
Like, that's what happened with that.
Around us, the party
That's how that saying came to be. Some damn idiot got caught pissing downwind and getting piss all over himself, and he turned to somebody and was like, yeah, that's why you don't piss downwind. Don't piss on the electric fence. You know, that was something that got turned into a saying, and it happened because somebody pissed on an electric fence. Hell, I've done that. It's a bit of a shocking experience, and that's no pun intended. It's a shocking experience. Just that simple.
The music faded. Turned toward 112
But I really wonder how some of the sayings that we have today
slightly in the direction of a toast.
came to be. I do.
She found me a
I find it immensely curious. It's
like, is this your dad doing something sweet? It was not my dad.
a mystery that without access to some sort of time travel, so that we could go to the point where the saying was actually created, that I don't think can ever be solved.
My son Marcus is
But it does make you wonder, I think.
By his brother, who needs real
And yeah, I see you, Beast.
to use money that our family had built, that came from this family's legacy, to take care of his brother, and he has refused. The room went genuinely quiet. Claudette, Renata's mother, was standing near the far wall, and I watched her face.
I just find it curious.
Alarmed in Spanish.
Because there's a lot of like little idioms and like sayings and things of that nature, especially with the English language itself, where I think you really have to wonder, honestly, how those idioms, those sayings got started, like how they came to be. Like some of them you can figure out real quick. Like some of them are just dumb obvious. Like if you hear someone bitching about or using a saying that talks about like stubbing a toe, you just know that like somewhere at some point it happens, it got witnessed or somebody told somebody about it because it happened to them, and the other person is just like, oh hey, let's make that a saying or something. But some like idioms and sayings and whatnot just kind of make you scratch your head a little bit, go, just like, why? Who did what to make this a fucking thing? It's kind of like some of these like warning labels that you see out there on different like products and stuff. Kind of makes you go, what goddamn moron created the situation that made it necessary for this warning label? Like you just kind of have to think that some of the situations that came up that made these labels necessary or created the sayings and whatnot, you just know that shit had to be funny as fuck. Like, could you imagine being the other guy, like either the guy that witnessed it happening or the guy, you know, one of the people that the story was told to about it happening, where like you either witness a guy pissing downwind and then getting this piss on himself, or like it happened to the guy was like, whoa, I was just outside taking a piss and I guess I pissed downwind and I got pissed all over myself. You're just like, are you fucking dumb? How could you not figure out that pissing downwind wasn't going to get pissed on yourself? Like, I imagine that if this happened, and it was like, say, two medieval knights or whatever, just outside, they're out doing whatever they're doing, and they gotta stop and take a piss, and one decides to piss downwind, the other decides not to, but he sees the first guy pissing downwind. You just kind of have to imagine that the second guy watches it happen. Is just like, had to have busted up laughing like, oh my god, that guy's a moron. He obviously couldn't think worth a shit. Because any idiot knows that you don't piss downwind. That means you're pissing into the wind. It's just, that's fucking dumb. And if that's like how it happened, you just know that the guy that pissed downwind, he must have gotten made fun of just massively. It would have been hilarious to see. Now, in the case of the saying, it's like lighting money in a hurricane, or like lighting money on fire in a hurricane. More than likely, if that was a situation where like one dude saw another dude do it, like the guy that saw the other guy doing it probably got pissed because he was probably the dude with the common sense in the situation, and he would have realized like how dangerous that is, realistically speaking. Like just how fucking stupid of an idea it was to light money on fire in the midst of a hurricane, especially if you're in a crowded area with like a lot of buildings and shit around you. And he probably would have just whooped the other dude's ass once everything was said and done. It's like, the fuck were you thinking, you fucking dumbass? Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks. I think it's interesting. Like, it's like called entomology or something like that. I forget the exact word, scientific term. But I've always been fascinated with breaking down like the, various languages, especially the English language, and figuring out like where things originated or how they got started. I find it incredibly interesting because a lot of times that shit can and will surprise you. Like it will. I really do enjoy figuring that kind of shit out, though. it's a fascinating process.
The caterers had resumed their cooking. The photographer had lifted the catering kit, though she was leaving our corner a respectful white purple. Someone near the front of the space had left genuine. The sound of it was clean and real, and it was creating tension in the room the way a window breaks fog. It was, in fact, the touch sounded at 9:15. I gave him my sound about 3 minutes long, about Renata specifically, about the specific version of her I'd fallen in love with, and the specific version of the feature I could see when I looked at her, and none of it was performed. All of it was true, and by the time I finished, there were who I wouldn't have expected to cry. Renata was one of them, and she doesn't cry easily. My father did not raise his glass. My mother did, with both hands, and her face was complicated and exhausted, and I felt a flicker of something for her that I filed away for later, because later was where all of that lived now. The party ended at 11:30. Guests filtered out. Renata's family helped with the breakdown. The photographer told Renata she'd gotten some beautiful shots from the first part of the evening and would have the proofs ready in 2 weeks. And she said it with the particular diplomacy of someone who had also gotten extended documentation of the part of the evening that wasn't beautiful. My father left without speaking to me again. My mother hugged me at the door, just quickly, just once, and her eyes were wet, and she started to say something. I let her not say it. I kissed her cheek and said goodnight. Colton walked past me.
Ooh, I farted.
Making eye contact. He said, to the middle distance roughly in my direction, "You just done it." I looked at him. "You really should," he said, and walked out. I stood in the doorway of X space and watched my brother walk across the parking lot toward the rideshare he'd signed on his phone. The same phone that staring at him bounced across the room after my father had hit me. And I thought about the meeting after parties he apparently wrote to people who didn't wait. And I thought about the 32 years of decisions I had built. About my grandfather Deacon sitting down with a lawyer when I was 4 years old and designating specifically, by name, a legal document, which person in the family he trusted to handle what he was leaving behind. Then I went back inside to help Renata and Potage with the last of the table phones. At 12:40 in the morning, Renata and I sat on the kitchen floor of our apartment, our actual kitchen floor, backs against the cabinets, because sometimes the floor is the right place, with takeout containers of leftover bruschetta that someone had boxed up for us, and 2 glasses of water, and the specific silence of 2 people who have been through something, and no need to immediately process all of it. Tell me what you're going to do.
I wonder if I can find some better fights over here.
Financial things. Some legal separation of my accounts from any possible claim. Harlan says there's no legal standing for my father to touch the fund. But I want walls. I want everything documented and clean before the wedding. Renata was quiet for a moment. Your mom? I don't know yet. She didn't stop him. She's been asking me for months to just give in. I'm not angry at her the same way, but I'm also not. I can't manage her feelings right now. You don't have to. I know. Back against the cabinet. For what it's worth, she said. You held that room together tonight. After it happened, you gave that toast and you helped me. I wish I had helped. She laughed. I'm tired. The kind that comes at the end of very long days. Bruschetta was genuinely exceptional. I leaned my head back too. The kitchen ceiling was the same ceiling it had been that morning, ordinary and white, with a small water stain near the light fixture that we'd been meaning to look into for 6 months. I'm going to make some calls tomorrow, I said, and then things are going to change. I know, Renata said.
Okay.
Outside, somewhere in the city, the night continued its ordinary business. In the morning, Harlan was already working. By noon, a police report had been filed, witness statements collected, and a protective order request submitted. The photographs and videos from the engagement party left little room for debate. The bigger surprise came 3 days later. Colton's mysterious $80,000 debt wasn't owed to dangerous lenders at all. It was the result of months of hidden trading losses and personal loans he'd lied about. My father had known the truth the entire time. When that came out, the last of his leverage vanished. My mother finally stopped defending him. Renata's family stood beside me without hesitation. One by one, relatives who had watched the engagement party reached out, not with criticism, but with support. 6 months later, Renata and I were married beneath the same string lights. My father wasn't invited. My mother attended alone. During the reception, Harlan handed me a letter my grandfather had written years before. The last line read, "If you're reading this, you finally learned the difference between family and responsibility. Never confuse them again." I looked at Renata, slipped the letter into my jacket, and
I have a
smiled.
feeling this place is going to be
For the first time in my
important
life,
somehow.
The future belonged entirely to me.
You are all weirdos. You are all weirdos.
Top 5 Animal, the Earthrealm delegation has arrived. And we have a volunteer for first combat.
The tournament will begin.
Jackson Briggs, you will face Baraka.
It's already kind of important because we're learning about Vivi's history a little bit.
Where's Sonya?
Tell me, Major Briggs, do you and she do anything other than rescue one another? Your next opponent will be... what is it? Excellent. It seems I have a pressing matter to attend to. The Emperor's permission. We will reconvene later.
What was that all about? I think we should go. Okay. Sonya Blade. She is to be executed. My powers are compromised here in our world, but I will be able to transport us near enough to her. Maybe we try for even nearer next time. I will inform you the instant I know. Wish this damn traffic police weren't down here. This is just like my movie class. We were going around at your rest, will you? Who cares? So what's the deal with Sonya? She's small. Feel better? Listen, Cage. Guess we know where we are now, thanks to her. Yes, and where we must go. Sonya! Guard! Stop him! So much for the surprise attack. She was looking at my cousin Odell, my new ex. That look is what stressful us. She said it like the entire table. Every aunt, every cousin.
Pokeball's out. Almost enough to start summoning Shiva.
Married my husband Terrence's brother Derek 11 years ago. From the very first Thanksgiving, she made it her personal mission to establish a ranking system. Everything was a competition. Whose house was bigger? Whose car was newer? Whose kids were doing what? She drove a Cadillac Escalade she couldn't actually afford. She wore labels she bought on consignment and pretended were retail. She talked about net worth at dinner parties like she was on a panel at Davos. And the target was almost always Brianna. Because Brianna was the success story of the family. Because Brianna was the one everybody asked about. Because Brianna was graduating summa cum laude from a top-tier research university with 2 job offers already on the table. One from a biotech firm in Research Triangle Park, and one from a medical device startup in San Diego. And Gwen's twins, Kate and Jalen, were 20 and still living at home, selling vape cartridges out of a 2014 Nissan Altima. So every milestone Brianna hit, Gwen had to swing out. When Brianna got accepted to Emory, Gwen said, "It's not like it's the Ivy League." When Brianna made the dean's list, Gwen said, "Those words always translate to rent." When Brianna got her first internship at Stryker Medical, Gwen told the whole family because of diversity quotas.
Whoa. Good place to fucking train, though.
23 people heard that. My mother, my aunts, Derek, Gwen, Brianna, whose fork still hadn't moved. Terrence leaned forward slightly and said 5 words. Madeline, I need the dress. The table didn't understand. I barely understood. But the woman on the other end, Madeline, she didn't hesitate. Not even a beat. The CN for the fall capsule is. The CN. Remember. Essentially, she's a 4. Her gaze, deft backed down like a person who'd been defeated and was pretending it was a choice. She pulled her chair in. She picked up her wine glass. She took a sip that was more like a gulp, and she stared at the centerpiece. White hydrangeas, baby's breath, a single candle, like it had personally wronged her. 31 minutes later, a motorcycle pulled up outside Marchetti's. Not a delivery bike, a Ducati, Matty Black. You could hear it from inside the restaurant, that particular Italian engine growl that cuts through ambient noise like a blade through paper. A few people at other tables turned to look through the front windows. The rider, a woman in her late 20s with short cropped hair, a leather messenger bag slung across her chest, and boots that looked like they cost more than most people's car payments, walked through the front door like she owned the place. She didn't check in with the hostess. She didn't scan the room uncertainly. She walked in, locked onto her table like she had coordinates, and made a straight line for Terrence. The hostess, a woman named Donna who'd seated us earlier and remembered Terrence from the Lake House Project, just stepped aside and let her through. Something about the way the rider posed said this was not a conversation with the doctor. She knew exactly who she was looking for. Mr. Waterley. Terrence stood up. That's me. She unzipped the messenger bag and pulled out a garment box. Not a plastic bag, not a shipping envelope, a rigid black box with gold foil lettering on the lid that read Ashworth Atelier in a typeface so clean and minimal it looked like it cost more than most people's rent. She handed it to Terrence. Natalie, she said congratulations to your daughter, and she included a note. Terrence thanked her.
Oh.
She nodded, turned.
Okay, that could be
The
useful.
Ducati fired up outside and was gone before anyone at the table had fully processed what just happened. Terrence set the box in front of Brianna. You don't have to open it now, he said, but it's yours. Brianna looked at the box, looked at Terrence, looked at me. I nodded, not because she needed permission, because she needed to know that this moment, right here, right now, in front of everyone, was real. She opened it. Inside, nested in black tissue paper, was a dress. Not just a dress. The CM, Ashworth Atelier signature piece, deep
Alright, I am quickly remaking a bunch of money.
About the Red Sox bullpen situation, and Gwen couldn't leave without him. She stood near the coach chair, clutch in hand.
But I'm also quickly remaking
Crossing the looked toward the one person in the family she'd spent 4 years trying to cut down. As they were walking to the door, Brianna stopped.
or making up the experience gap.
Her expression was guarded, like a witness who knows the cross-examination is coming. Brianna was holding the Ashworth box under one arm. She looked to Gwen with the kind of steady, unblinking calm that most people don't develop until their 40s. She was 22. The dress on her Brianna said, "I wanted to touch. I thanked it because it made me feel good, and it still does. When I get it from Ross or bring up drive, it's mine. I earned it. And she paused, but it was nice to have it confirmed. Cheryl let out a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a whoop. They raised her wine glass even though it was empty. Terrence Slow clapped twice before catching himself. Gwen said nothing. She turned, walked through the door, and got into the Escalade. Derek followed a few steps behind, hands in his pockets, not rushing, not looking back. Outside, the parking lot of Marchetti's was quiet. Late April at Stratham. Cool air, stars visible above the strip of trees behind the restaurant. The valets had gone home. Terrence was loading Brianna's gifts into the trunk of our car. The Ashworth box, the check from Terrence, the earrings from Aunt Pauline, the bracelet from Faye, 2 other envelopes from relatives who'd snuck them to her during dessert. I stood next to Brianna while she watched her father arrange everything carefully, making sure the box was level, the envelopes wouldn't slide. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded. Slow, thoughtful. Then she said something I'll carry with me for a long time. I was okay with the dress shirt. I'm watching about that. I put my arm around her. "I know." Terrence closed the drawer and walked back to us. He looked at Brianna, then at me, then back at Brianna. He was prepared to be speechless. He showed up. He did the work. He made the decision. He said, "Yeah." We got in the car. Terrence started the engine. The dashboard clock, 12:17 a.m. Brianna sat in the back seat with the Ashworth box on her lap, running her fingers along the embossed lettering. She didn't know when to begin. She didn't need to. The dress wasn't the point. It was never the point. The point was the call, the 5 words, the fact that when someone tried to make her small in front of 23 people, her father didn't argue, didn't lecture, didn't make a scene. He just picked up the phone and dialed someone who made the person think she looked foolish by comparison. That's not revenge. That's calibration. 2 days later, Gwen sent a text.
Alright, bathroom, coffee, right back. Hang tight.
At their place in Exeter. Casual, like nothing had happened. Like the whole dinner at Marchetti's was just another Tuesday. Nobody responded. Not Faye, not Terrence, not Aunt Pauline, not my mother, who hadn't missed a family barbecue in 40 years. Radio silence for 72 hours. The group chat, normally buzzing with recipe links, fodder dumps from grandkids' soccer games, and mysteriously formatted Bible verses that always arrived at 5:47 a.m. Not a single message, not a reaction,
Okay.
That girl has springs in her feet and joy in her heart.
Sorry that took as long as it did.
Jonah had chess club after school until 5, which usually gave me just enough time to sleep from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon.
Let's just say that was
Evening routine.
one of those where you feel like you lost a few pounds.
2 hours at the hospital due to a multi-car accident that flooded our emergency department. I wouldn't make it home until after 5. I called my mother at 6 in the morning, hating that I needed her help. Mom, I'm stuck at work. Can you pick up your emergency at 5? Just this once. I'll be home about 5. This is exactly what I need. You can't manage your life. What kind of mother doesn't predict childcare? Mom, please. It's an emergency vehicle. I'm dying. Fine. But we're going to have a serious conversation. Join your family. First, Preston leaves, and I know he can barely manage basic pickup schedules. I hit my tongue so hard it bled. Thank you, Mom. Her inhaler is in her gym bag. The weather has been triggering her asthma lately. I ran to the here. I think I know what he's doing right now. The rest of my shift is blurred together. The teenager might have been ejected from a car. And on top of that, a heart attack medication worker was delivering right now. By the time I finally got to the house, she was still in my throat because I hadn't moved. All I wanted was to hug my baby and call it today. The driver was my every breath that he'd take by on my dashboard. Anxiety creeping up my spine for no reason I could see. I didn't know my intuition. Too much just exhaustion making me arrogantly surrender my body. Pulled into my driveway at 5000. Lexus was parked crooked, taking up half the lawn more than usual. Renata was obsessively particular about parking. My lights went off. Also strange. My mother believed in locked doors and drawn curtains. Privacy above all else. The living room was too quiet. No TV, no laughter. No sound of her floor routine on the carpet when she said, the baby is beautiful. Then I saw them. My mother sitting right on the couch, her purse clutched in her lap. Not an accent in line that meant someone was disappointed her. Jonah was taking up all my bookshelf, his face pale, his eyes moving with something called a terror. Her face flushed, bright red, checked me with a creepy fear. Her lips already tinged with blue. My beautiful bouncy daughter was drowning in her own living room. My mom was just watching it happen. She seemed dramatic. My mother announced before I could even process what I was seeing. I told her no TV until she cleaned her room, and she immediately started this performance. This is when I began to feel too confident with Vera. She thinks she can do it. I got on my knees beside Vera. My medical training came in handy. Her heart shattered. Her breathing was shallow, rapid, and ineffective. Her small chest was working so hard that I could feel every rib with each desperate attempt to pull in air. The wheeze coming from her lungs sounded like a broken whistle. This wasn't an anxiety attack or a tantrum. This was a severe asthma attack, worse than any she'd had before. Where's her inhaler? I scrambled for her gym bag, dumping its contents across the floor. Leotard, water bottle, hair, ties, but no inhaler. Mom, where is your rescue inhaler? I took it away. Renata said calmly, as if discussing the weather. She was pretending to need it every 5 minutes. I know manipulation when I see it, Vera. You were exactly the same. At her age, always finding some illness or injury to get attention. My hands shook as I ran to the kitchen, yanking open the medicine cabinet where we kept a backup inhaler empty. I sprinted to the bathroom. Nothing mirrors. Wheezing was getting worse. Her skin now taking on a grayish tint that sent ice through my veins. Mom, where did you put it? I screamed, racing back to the living room. She needs it now. It's in a safe place where she can't use it to avoid her responsibilities. My mother replied, pulling out her phone, and don't raise your voice at me. I'm documenting this entire episode. The court needs to see how you handle simple disciplinary situations. All this hysteria over a child holding her breath. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, putting it on speaker as I listened to her telephone breathing. 911, what's your emergency? My sister having a severe
hear? Now please. My mother smiled a cold, satisfied expression. The inhaler is in my purse, but I think we've all learned a valuable lesson here about actions and consequences. The paramedics burst through the door just as she said those words, their equipment and professionalism filling the room like salvation arriving too late. The paramedics moved with practiced efficiency, immediately placing an oxygen mask over Mira's face and administering epinephrine through her thigh. How long has she been without her medication? The lead EMT asked while his partner started an IV line. At least 20 minutes, I said, my voice breaking, maybe longer. My mother took her inhaler and wouldn't tell me where it was. The EMT's eyes flashed with something between disbelief and rage, but he stayed focused on Mira. We need to move now. She's in severe respiratory failure. They lifted my baby onto the stretcher, her small body looking even tinier, surrounded by medical equipment. I climbed into the ambulance while my mother followed in her car with Jonah. During the ride, I held Mira's hand and watched the paramedics work, inserting, breathing tubes, pushing medications, their faces grim with concentration. At Riverside Medical Center, my own workplace, my colleagues' faces went white when they saw me stumbling in behind Mira's stretcher. Dr. Patel, who'd eaten lunch with me just 18 hours earlier, took charge immediately. Vera, we've got her. Go to waiting room 3. I'll update you as soon as I can. The waiting room filled quickly. My mother walked in first, still holding her phone, still recording. This is what happens when you leave children with incompetent caregivers, she announced to no one. In particular, if I hadn't been there, who knows what would have happened? Jonas sat beside me, pressed against my side. That's when he whispered the words that would change everything. Mom, I need to show you something. He pulled out his phone, glancing nervously at his grandmother. I recorded everything from when Grandma first took Mira's inhaler until the ambulance came. What do you mean? Sweetheart? When we got home from school, Mira asked for her inhaler because she felt tight. Grandma said she was faking and took it from her backpack. I started recording because something felt wrong. I hid behind the couch and kept recording. When Grandma made, you say all those things while Mira was on the floor. My brother Gareth arrived with his wife Felicia, both of them immediately gravitating toward my mother. Renata called us, Gareth said coldly. She said you had some kind of breakdown when Mira had a mild asthma episode. Mild. I stood up, my entire body shaking. She was in respiratory failure. Mom hid her inhaler as punishment. Don't be ridiculous. Felicia interjected. Your mother would never endanger a child. You're just trying to shift blame because you forgot to refill the prescription. Preston burst through the doors next, his girlfriend Stephanie trailing behind. I knew this would happen, he said loudly. I told the judge you couldn't handle the responsibility. When Mira recovers,
Pokeballs out! These things are strong.
He's right. The truth didn't bring Mira back, but it prevented my mother from ever hurting another child. It showed the world that sometimes the real danger comes from those who claim to love us most. It taught us that documentation can be protection. The children's voices matter, that when someone says they can't breathe, you believe them immediately. My daughter died because someone decided her medical emergency was a behavioral issue. Let that sink in. How many children suffer in silence because adults dismiss their pain? How many don't survive it? How many parents are blamed for tragedies they try desperately to prevent? This is Mira's story, but it's also a warning. Listen to your children. No.
It's really cute. Yo, something happened to me.
On Christmas Eve, I was driving my fiance past the Ritz when I spotted my ex-wife, the woman I'd left with $0 in a packed suitcase, stepping out of a $4.2 million penthouse in a gown that cost more than my first car. My fiance asked, "Who is she?" I couldn't answer. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Michigan Avenue was a parking lot in a tuxedo. Christmas Eve, snow coming down in the lazy, photogenic way it never does when you actually need to be somewhere. And every car in front of us was idling under the gold canopy of the Ritz, while a doorman in a red coat waved us forward like the street might open up, if he believed in it hard enough. It didn't. We crawled. Break, 6 inches. Break. Day after tomorrow, Ritz said. You'll be a man with a signed contract. How does that feel? Like I should have taken the ballet instead of trying to be a hero, I said. She laughed and dropped her hand on my knee. That easy way she had, the ring catching the dashboard light. We were on our way to her parents' place in Lincoln Park for the family dinner, late already, and the only reason I was driving down the magnificent mile, worst traffic night of the year, was because of red light windows. Sentimental enough, I liked watching her like it. That was most of how I've decided things lately. If it made her happy, and didn't cost me a deal, the answer was yes. The deal, the hell of her growth, boutique hospitality, expanding into the city, and somewhere in their pipeline was a gut renovation of an old printing house on Wabash that needed everything torn out and rebuilt as a 50-key hotel. And the firm that won the build-out was going to be set with Harlan and Doyle, my firm, was going to be that firm. The contract was sitting at a folder on Theo Marsh's desk, their COO, waiting for 2
They're tough, but they're also really good training partners. Hey, Coffee of Death, welcome in. Goliath's still here. Cod God's still here. And Cod God just went online, so if you want to go watch him, you're welcome to it.
And then one of them came out from under the awning and stopped at the top of the steps to pull a wrap up over her shoulders, and the world went very quiet, the way it does right before you realize you've already driven through the intersection on red. I knew the way she stood before I knew her face. Weight on the back foot, chin slightly up, the small private pause she took before stepping down into a room or a street, like she was giving the floor a signal to be ready for her. Then she turned her head to say something.
Pokeballs out.
Way to take out and look at later. That's the thing about Rin. She doesn't fight in the moment. We got to the Castellanos' and the house was all candles and pine and Gideon's terrible jazz. And I shook hands and kissed cheeks and made it through dinner saying the right things and right dances at the table half the time so no one would see them. Gideon, the scotch I didn't taste, and clapped my shoulder and said, "What's this here?" And I said, "Ryan's back," and his wife told a long story about Roots, and I laughed in the right places. Ryan watched me across the table once, a flat, curious look. Hilbert would give a clock that's running a minute slow. On the drive home, she didn't try a third time. At our place, she went to bed early, and I sat at the kitchen island with my laptop and did the thing I'd been not letting myself do since the corner of Pearson Street. The Halpern movie, leadership. I dealt with Theo Marsh for 8 months. I was the vice paralegal, and everything about Theo made me like
Damn it. Their evasions must be pretty dang good.
as a kind of afterthought to the party, which Theo had told me was on purpose.
Too bad I can't teach Marcus abilities.
Found me near the group check and shook my hand with both of his. Glad I've come, glad. 7 months ago, forward. Then she asked us.
Pokeballs out.
You have a folder I'm not going to sign. Those aren't the same thing. She walked to the door and put her hand on it and stopped. The same pause she'd taken at the top of the garden steps, giving the floor a second to be ready for her. I'm not going to make a scene out there, she said, not turning around. I'm going to go give a short speech about a good year, and I'm going to thank Avenel for joining the Wabash Project. And you're going to walk out before I do, and that's the last time you and I are ever going to be together. There's no door back into this place. I want you to understand, that's not me being hard. I burned it down to the ground 6 years ago in Pruitt's office, and didn't tell you that I've spent every day since building somewhere you don't get to come. You just found out tonight. That's the only thing that's different. She opened the door. The party hum came back in, warm, oblivious. The quartet sawing away at something seasonal. She stepped through it, and the curtain bent toward her again, and she was gone.
Probably a good thing I didn't come here and start training here until after I'd hit 14.
He just looked at me, and then he sat down his drink. Something my supervisor said she'd never seen. My father's only comment was, they promote fast when nobody else wants the job. When I'd completed the agency's internal analytics certification with the highest score in the program's history, nobody asked me about it. I told them to do something for its practice and the whole family promoted it. A son.
So close to being at the levels I want to with the 2 characters I need.
But the truth was that without the constant low-grade radiation of their disapproval, I felt clearer, sharper. I slept better. I worked better. I stopped second-guessing decisions 3 layers deep because I wasn't running every choice through the filter of whether Douglas Woodford of Cranston or Rhode Island would consider a real company.
Yo, sup, God? I saw you went on, so I'm in there.
In the globe, with your picture. I know. You're at the Pentagon. I work for the Department of Defense. Well, you know that. But the bodyguards, and they're calling you. She said. I'll be there. I hung up. I sat in bed for a while after that, staring at the ceiling. Then I picked up my phone and took a call. It's Woodford. I'm sorry for the early hour. Hold it. I've been up since 3. Congratulations on the Globe piece. You earned every word. Thank you, ma'am. I have a request. It's personal. She listened. I drove up to Cranston on Saturday morning. 295 North. Same route I driven 5 months earlier. Same highway.
All right.
Same town.
Almost got counter learned.
But this time I wasn't alone. Seated in the passenger seat of my car, a new one, a black Audi A6 that the increased salary had made possible. Director Callista Eames herself. Behind us, in a government-issued black Suburban, were 2 members of my protective detail. Not the Pentagon photo op security. My actual detail, assigned earlier with a threat assessment on the procurement network case had flagged credible retaliation risks against lead analysts. I hadn't told my mother about any of this. I hadn't told her about the detail. I just said I did. Pulled into the driveway at 9:15. The cul-de-sac looked exactly the same.
All right. She needs one more level to be at the minimum I consider to be suitable for where I'm at.
They pushed the furniture back against the wall instead of folding chairs, the same ones from the cookout, in loose rows facing the center.
All right, Pokeballs out.
My brother Satchel, right against the far wall with his arms folded, his legs beside him. My cousin Ian, seated with one leg crossed over the other, against her. My cousin Mary, now 18, in the back row, eyes wide, and 5 others, cousins, an uncle by marriage, a family friend who'd apparently been promoted to family status, all arranged in that living room like jurors waiting for testimony. They were all looking at me. Then they saw who walked in behind me. Director stepped through the doorway, and the room changed. It wasn't dramatic. No gasps, no dropped jaws. It was subtler than that. It was the collective intake of breath that happens when people realize the situation they've arranged is not the situation they put in. My father's eyes were wide, reactions from her lanyard to the 2 suspects. His mouth was This is Director. My father said, as if this was a said worthless. Dad said means nothing. You were there. You didn't correct him. She didn't respond. In the back room, raised his hand like I thought it was cool.
It's a fun game so far. I'm enjoying it.
Say anything, so I didn't. I know, I said.
And how you doing, Unknown?
Please stay quiet. I'm not angry at you, Barrett. You were 17. Say something. Hard, like he was filing it away. My father stood up. He was a big man, 6'2".
Isn't it too early to go to bed where you're at? Almost only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear warfare. One, she's 16 in this game. And two, she is a royal princess. Bit out of your league.
Director Eames didn't have to come today. She did it because I asked, and because she believes that the people who serve this country shouldn't have to justify themselves to their own families. Director Eames inclined her head slightly. A confirmation, not an agreement to speak further. I'm not moving back to the house. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to give you updates on my
Not meant to be rude, I'm just kind of letting you know, because she is underage. That, I mean, even if you're not being entirely serious about saying what you said, people can misinterpret those kinds of statements,
And then you saw a photograph and called it reporting.
and that can cause me
Didn't change my rank, my responsibility,
trouble.
my contribution. The only thing it changed was your awareness.
And I am not going to put my ability to be a streamer at risk over something like that. I'm not willing to risk it. I mean, yeah, I'll admit Twitch has gotten slack on a lot of shit recently. Much as I hate to say that, but it just takes one person reporting a comment like that and me not saying anything,
She wasn't reporting. She just checked her watch the way someone does when they have a flight to catch, which she did.
and shit can go to hell in a handbasket real quick.
Satellite imagery of a port facility in Southeast Asia. I need to go, I said. Hold it. My mother's voice cracked. Please. Just stay for lunch. Just lunch. I can't. I have work. The word landed differently than it had 5 months ago. 5 months ago, work had been the thing they dismissed. Now, standing in a room where the evidence of that work was visible through the window and credentialed at my shoulder, the word carried a density that made the air heavier. I turned and walked toward the door. Director Eames fell into step beside me. As we reached the threshold,
So
I
take
heard
it how you
voices
want it.
behind us, quietly but clearly enough. That was the most badass thing I've ever seen.
I'm covering my own ass.
We walked down the front steps. The detail agents fell in behind us. Mrs. Peltier, still standing in her yard with a hose running into a puddle at her feet, watched the four of us get into our vehicles.
And speaking of my own ass and covering and all the fun shit that comes with being a streamer, along with the responsibilities, it is that time of the evening, ladies, gentlemen, germs, and everything in fucking between. For me,
Couldn't see value in anything he didn't pick himself.
to go on ahead and find the raid
The
target.
Suburban followed. Thank you for doing this, I said. You don't thank me for things you've earned, Whitford. I meant what I said in there. Every word. And I'll say the same thing to anyone else who needs to hear it. We drove south on the 95. Same highway. Same bridge. Same road. But everything on the other side of the windshield looked different when you weren't driving away from something. When you were driving toward the only place that had ever actually felt like it knew what you were worth. My phone buzzed once, about 40 minutes into the drive. A text from Merritt. Saved your number. Hope that's okay. I typed back without taking my eyes off the road for more than a second. It's okay. That was the only message I answered. There were 11 others by the time I crossed the bridge. I didn't read them. I didn't need to. I already knew what they said. Some version of "we're sorry, we didn't know, we're proud of you now." And that word, now, was the only one that mattered. Because now meant not before. Now meant only after proof. Now meant the 41 people who'd sat in silence at a cookout had needed a newspaper
Ain't that a
and 2 federal
motherfucker?
agents to arrive at the conclusion that their own son, brother, nephew, cousin had done something real with his life. I didn't need their conclusion. I reached mine 5 months ago, somewhere around the Delaware Memorial Bridge, in a 2019 Civic with a cracked windshield and an empty passenger seat. The difference was I'd reached it alone, and I hadn't needed a photograph to get there.
You know what? Let's check this one.
I just paid off my student loan.
Let's talk about how to repair.
Grandma flew 1,400 miles to my college graduation. Mom seated her in the back row. She'll embarrass you, S. I said nothing. I changed my last name that afternoon. 3 weeks later, Grandma's attorney called Mom with one question about the $2.1 million lakefront. The usher was holding a folding chair the way you hold something you've been told to get rid of, and my mother was pointing past 300 filled seats toward a single gap against the cinder block wall at the very back of the Renly Center. There, she said. That one's perfect. She'll have plenty of room back there. The usher looked at the chair. Then he looked at the woman my mother was talking about. Then he looked at me, standing 6 feet away in a cabin.
Right into Red Wizard. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch. We really do appreciate it. It 100% makes our day. It makes this entire job worth doing. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can't do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, Red Wizard is playing Final Fantasy IV. Not 9, unfortunate, but I will be back on Tuesday. So we will see you motherfuckers then. And remember, my birthday is July 9th, so maybe try to make July a good month for me, if you can, if you wish. Alright, this is your mortal Sith Emperor signing off, saying see you motherfuckers later.
And her idea of a long trip was driving the 40 minutes into town for the kind of bread she liked. To get here, she'd taken a shuttle, then a regional flight to Atlanta, then a real flight to Denver, then a cab she had to be talked into trusting. She was wearing a blue dress I'd seen in photographs from before I was born, pressed so hard the creases looked structural, and she was holding a cellophane-wrapped bunch of carton.
Most coding agents are not built for Windows. A coding agent needs to understand your machine to do real work, but most tools still treat Windows like an afterthought. At least Windows developers stuck with workarounds like WSL, VMs, awkward approvals, and broken
Motherfucker.
Patients she bought at the airport because the roses. She told me on